Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, February the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me, see my screen. Excellent. So what is happening? First of all, the trade of the week is Berry, B-E-R-Y. B-E-R-Y is the trade of the week. Suggested entry around the 62, 65 mark. So yes, I know what's up here, but there's no volume. So, I'd wait for the market to open, see how it starts trading. If you take it, of course, it's up to you. So what is happening? CLNN on phase, I think it's phase 2 data, popped up. Pretty big pullback right now. 244 was the high in the pre-market, back down to 187. Relatively low float, 27 million in the float. Look at that, 14 million have traded already. This will easily trade the float today. Phase 2, I'm just looking at the headline. Yeah, let me just, in Peru, I will give you my homepage link, and you can go to the scan section. Give me a moment. Okay, if you click on my homepage link that I put in there, and then if you scroll down a little bit and you see my scans, click on the scan section. Here they are. They're the pre-market actives up and down, okay? That's what I've been using for years and years and years. Okay, let's get going. COMS, C-O-M-S. Another one that gapped up here, 634, so it's pulled back a little bit, very choppy. In fact, that's a huge pullback. And then another pop, so it's very, very choppy in the pre-market. 2.5 million, very low float. On debt reduction of at least 80% from last year, so that is the reason for that one to pop. OCUL. So this is a news-driven trading higher after the company announced. This is only phase 1 data though. Okay, phase 1 data. I also did notice, I think somebody put a price target, $12 price target on them. JMP Securities reiterates market outperform with a $12 price target. I wish that were Wedbush. GT, I think I wrote this down wrong. GT, I think it's GTHX, right? Yeah, GTHX, I wrote it down on my paper. GTHX, boy, big gap down, discontinuing their drug trial. GTHX, there are a couple of them that have done that. GTHX, look at this gap down, discontinue phase 3. Got the phase 3 even. SCLX. And this is gap down, low volume. They're acquiring some. This is a Sorrento subsidiary, and they're acquiring the rights to an FDA-approved drug. Mark is not liking this right now. Pretty low volume though, 61,000. This is AXSM. This is another one that has fallen victim to Teva for a while anyway. Teva is a generic drug maker. I guess they're coming up with or at least they're saying they are, that AXSM makes, after disclosing Teva's plan to market generic. Okay, so that is the reason for this one. But look at the pop right back up. This happened a couple of weeks ago with another company that Teva said they were coming up with a generic version. And the stock initially got hit hard, and then it recovered well. FIS, I think this is an earnings play, FIS. This is an earnings play. Yes, it is an earnings play. So a gap down. Wow, it's a huge gap down on earnings. This is another company that has ended their drug trial, Frequency, FREQ. So along with the GTHX, oof, this one, look at this one. Holy smokes. Hoping nobody was in this one. $4.75 now. Wow. I saw it right up here when it was on the way down, but I didn't really think about it as a potential short, to be honest. But look at this. Lots of volume, 1 million, over 1 million shares. MTC is it was a gap up over $1, so now it is. There is one company that has AI not in the name, but in the press release. So that's right, HYPR. I think the market's starting to get wise to these. HYPR, yeah, so gapped up to 165. And I know somebody posted this already, but announces FDA clearance for improved AI-powered software. All right. DDL is an earnings play, China. Ding dong, DDL. Interesting. Let's see what the next high is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much more this has got to run. $6 looks like there's pretty good resistance. It's a big float, 144 million. And this AMV is just cratering here also. Remember this day? This is that EV play went absolutely bananas, 266 all the way up to 11 that day. I remember that day. And so what they're doing is they're raising money. Okay, they filed for an offering up to 6.45 million shares. I don't think we see the price yet. More expensive one, Mandy, MNDY. Actually called Monday, okay, Monday.com. So this is an earnings play, Monday.com, Israeli stock, big gap up. Not very much volume though, 45. Boy, that's a low float for a $144 stock, 14 million in the float. Ooh, this is going to be all over the place today. And I think that is it for my list. So let's see what else is happening. Anything else sneaking in here? Tops, yeah, tops. Top Ships wins new TCE at very strong rates. Time charter employment contract, okay? And the steakhouse, our stakeholder. I did see this one. I just didn't think, yeah, not very much volumes. STKH. And not a lot of volume in this one, but this is up. CING, it's very awful looking daily chart with all these topping tails and bottoming tails, up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah, famous last words, but I just don't think anything's going to come of this one today. But the float is low, 7 million in the float. I mean, anything is possible. I guess if it can somehow take out all this, just a very choppy looking, even a weekly chart is very choppy with these topping tails and bottoming tails. Certainly on the daily, awful. Another one that's very like an awful looking daily chart for Z, E, and V. Well, I say awful, I mean, you get these topping tails and bottoming tails. So, at one point the price, a few days ago was up here, but the sellers knocked it down. The same thing, you look at all these topping tails, had a nice run at some points during the day, and then the sellers just took over many, many times with all these topping tails. Now there are bottoming tails too, so the reverse can be true, sellers knocking it down, buyers, but it's just indecision many, many, many days in a row. FSLY, guys, this is actually a good one too. Up 10%, decent volume, has earnings coming up. FSLY. Bank of America boosts ratings all the way to buy. Wonder if there's a price target put on them. Price target from 16 from 10.50. Okay, so Bank of America has put a $16 price target on FSLY. Again, doesn't mean it's getting there, guys. In case you're new and thinking, oh, I'll just mortgage everything and buy this because Bank of America says it's going to 16.50. All right, 912. Let me take a look to see if there's any, excuse me, upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com. There they are. See how many there are. Yeah, they're again more. The theme is still more downgrades than upgrades for months now. We get some of the upgrades in. A lot of these look foreign stocks, or like Panasonic and Mitsubishi. They trade, I guess, OTC. So I'm not going to talk about them. Ooh, GOTU. As an upgrade. A couple more to go on the upgrade side. Okay, now take a look at the downgrades. So I'm looking for multiple downgrades. I'm looking for a stock being downgraded by multiple firms. There were none on the upside. I didn't see a stock upgraded by multiple firms on the upside. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Put them into the main room now. What do you think, William, on AXSM? I know they got hammered down on that Tiva news, but then nice recovery. Looks like another overreaction on the AXSM. This one that I was watching last week is a small China IPO. Had a great little move at the end of the day on Friday and after hours, but so it's over the IPO price, very choppy, but look at that move. I'm talking about LICN, LICN. Yeah, look at that move. It got up to $5. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now. So we're in for a positive open. No, we have drifted down. We had it was a big surge in the market right up to here. That was at 7:15 Eastern time, of course. But since then, we've had a bit of a drop. Let's take a look at the major sectors. So from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Docked Channel Bar. And then we're going to click on Show More so I can see my sector status. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see 100% in red, what does that mean? It means that every single stock that make up XLE is down from Friday's close as we speak. Okay, that's what that means. So if you start looking at the other sectors, is there any positive sector? You can see communications at 78%, tech at 76%, etc. Okay, of course, this is early and it's only the pre-market. Once the market opens, a lot can change. Now I want to take a look at the sectors with respect to their 200-day moving average. All right, there's XLE. So for a few days, this was starting to drift down. That green line you see here, that's a 200-day moving average. For a few days, it was starting to drift down, but now we're starting to move away from it a little bit. Retail XRT, the same sort of thing. This is a nice move away from it, from the 200-day moving average for the retail sector, but starting to come down. This is the only one that I think is still below the 200-day moving average. Yeah, XLP, consumer staples. This is the only one that's still below the 200-day moving average. I think every other major sector is above it. Healthcare, XLV. Yeah, it's just been hanging in, but it's been, the trend is definitely, like this slightly down over the last few days, few weeks, getting closer and closer to that 200-day. Industrials, XLI, well above it. Financials, XLF. Yeah, broke it a few weeks ago and it's still well above it. Consumer discretionary, XLY. Okay, so this one, breached it just for a bit on Friday, just hanging a little. Wouldn't surprise me if this moved underneath along with consumer staples. So consumer discretionary and staples. Materials, XLB, XLB. Hanging above that 200-day. And then communications. Let's see how I think communications starting to drift down towards it again. Yeah, you can see that. This was by far the worst performing sector for months and months and months. Finally broke through, had a big breakthrough that day. But look what's happening. Starting to drift down. And then there's technology, XLK. And still above it. But again, it's It took a long time to get through it. So again, as we speak, the only major sector that is underneath the 200-day moving average is consumer staples. I didn't see what. Okay, thank you, William. AXM has a deep pipeline, only 2 approved drugs. In my opinion, the drug that doesn't have the same degree of protection. Okay, thank you for that. Ooh, look at TWLO. Almost thought this was an earnings play, but no, this is not an earnings play. Look at this move for TWLO. Twilio. If there's any news on this one, they looks like they have earnings on the 15th. All right, well, where's the next high looking left? The next high looking left is 64.55, 64.55. So it's very close to that. I don't see any news on it other than the fact they have earnings coming up in a couple of days. But other than that, I don't see, or 3 days. Yeah, a couple of days, sorry. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So, okay, market's putting after that about an hour straight down. Market is starting to put in a bit of a lift again. I guess tomorrow is CPI, I believe. So that'll be another fun day. Thanks, Tank. Yeah, I thought it was tomorrow. So at 8:30 Eastern, if you're up at that time, just have a SPY chart up and you'll see the fireworks. All right, just looking to see if there's anything else sneaking in here. I think SKYT has earnings after hours today. Just checking some of the earnings plays if I missed any. Didn't talk about this CTXR. Yeah, too choppy. This is an earnings play, but I don't think there's anything going to come of this today. Big gap up here for Billy. How's KWeb doing? How's the rest of the China market doing? KWeb. So China is strong, guys. China is strong. It finally broke out of here. Certainly on Friday, but it's trying to recover a little bit here. But China right now is strong. Look at that. Look at that move in the overall China market for K-Web. VLON. Okay, let's take a look at VLON from Greenhorn in our Discord room. Yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, I mean, look at that though. Wow, I mean, that is 24 million shares. I mean, this got up to 81 cents, but it closed down here at 46 cents. And now it's popped right back up over Friday's high. Again, I'm not a big sub $1 player, but it dispute the fact that 24 million have traded and only 6.8 in the float. It's a huge float turnover. Blue. Yeah, I mean, it's right at the 200-day moving average, 580, and the VWAP. So, yeah, I mean, I guess if it can get down below that, I look at the weekly, though, it could be, I don't know, it could be too much support around, the 550 to 560 mark. Could be, just looking at that weekly chart. But the first thing is, got to get through that 200-day. Okay, yeah, thank you, William. I just was deep in thought there for a second. Okay, guys, yeah, market's going to open in less than a minute, in about 40 seconds. So let's have a great start to this trading week. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And just give me one moment, please. And as we're speaking, FSLY is on the move. FSLY, I'm not, as she is speaking. This is my text to voice. FSLY on the move here, guys. Next high looking left is 1150. We're now open. No, there's FSLY really, really moving here. As is OCUL, guys. OCUL, the pre-market high was 475. Very close to that now. OCUL, but it is early. I didn't see that in the pre-market for news. Of course, they're going to release their first AI-generated children's series. Sure. They might have done a reverse split though. I'm pretty, some of you will know. I'm sure that they probably did a reverse split. Yeah, 1-for-10 reverse split. Okay, so that's not really what happened. They did a 1-for-10 reverse split. That was announced on the 10th. So I don't know when. I don't know when it. Well, let's take a look. Yeah, so yeah, affected today. So that 1-for-10 reverse split is affected today. YPF on the move here, guys. YPF. Take a look at HYPR to see if that hype about AI is holding it up, or is it just, yeah, forget it. Yeah, that CETX, what's it doing right now? That really had a big move at the end of the day on Friday. Huge move. Got all the way up to 14 something, closed at 12 something. Hmm. Got an education stock, EDU, big red candle here. And we have our first halted today. Wow, that VLON, look at this. Wow, that VLON just got halted, broke through $1. Crazy action, guys. I mean, really, when you think about it, I mean, it got as high as 81, 82 on Friday, and then it sold right off. And you would have thought that would be it. Now look at this weekly chart. So 6.8 million in the flow, 37 million have traded already, 37.9 million. I do not see any news on this one. Yeah, do I see any news on this one? They were threatened with a delisting and all, but I don't see any news on this one, not on Friday, not on today. So IMV, so look at the reaction. So it says, when you read this headline, IMV presents positive initial results, okay? Positive. So look at the reaction immediately up to 264, and then tried one more time up to 248. This is all in the pre-market, and then collapse. Now DDL guys, DDL, look at this thing go. DDL earnings play China. Next high looking left is 648. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is the next high on the daily chart. Meanwhile, FSLY continues to surge here, guys. Now it's getting, is this shortable for me? It is. This is getting close to the high on, looks like that's Wednesday, 1146. 1146 is the high on Wednesday right there. And then the high on Monday was about 1139. So that's obviously if we get through that, then the next highs are way up here around the 12 mark. OCUL making a new high. OCUL making a new high. Taking out the pre-market high. Wow, FSLY. I mean, now you're right at those highs I was talking about. Yeah, AI is getting weaker and weaker. The low on Friday was 2153. The next low is 2104. It takes those out. There's a big gap underneath. Boy, this one is just on fire, FSLY. Well, I guess that Bank of America upgrade really helped. 16 from 1050 to 16 on a price target upgrade by Bank of America. Just going to say VLON, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll just resume. Now it's just resume. VLON, VLON. Well, let's take a look left on this weekly chart. Where could it keep going? Next high on the weekly chart is 129. Wow. And this one is dying GNUS. Reverse split effective today. 1 for 10. Now remember, that's like a 35-cent stock, really. Well, this SRZN, when you look at it on a weekly chart, $1.92 is the next high on the weekly chart for SRZN. What, look at this FSLY. I mean, I'm not saying it was sleepy in the pre-market, not at all. But that upgrade by Bank of America, and this is a big float too. That's a big percentage move with that float. 110 million in the float. So that Bank of America upgrade really, really has helped. They have earnings on the 15th. All right, OCO, this is why I don't like trading in the first 15. Look at OCUL. What did I get up to? Got up to 485. Pulled back down here now. Now let's see if I can take out 5 again. The next high on the weekly chart is 543. Boy, this is it's the boat on this one, obviously. FSLY. So the next high looking left is 1205, I believe. 1205 is the next high looking left. After that, if it takes that out, 1233. What a move for FSLY. All right, FIS now. FIS is weak, 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 weak. Earnings play. Let a little pop up here. So FIS on the daily chart. Wow, 6170, guys. 6170 is the next low looking left, I believe. 6178. So this has got room underneath. So the big thing, can it take out 64 again? FIS, earnings play, just got hammered down here. Big float, 587 million in the float. 32 times relative volume already. And as I'm speaking, there continues to make a market low. The pre-market low is down here around 62.78. Ugly DDL, very ugly, very ugly. I know it showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, but well, a couple of things. I thought that the next high was too close, so that prevented me from taking it. And look at this. I mean, it got up to what, 616 and right back down to 567. Meanwhile, FIS continues down here. Mentioned this one, this SRZN. Remember the price I mentioned it at, look at around 120. And again, look at the room it's got, a little bit of room. 140 is the next high looking left, SRZN. And 15 minutes are now past. This is shortable for me also. Interesting. This is shortable for me. 500,000 shares. And we have another halt. Oh, that frequency got halted or resumed. I'm sorry. It resumed. Frequency resumed. FREQ resumed. Okay, guys, OCUL now making a market high. OCUL making a market high. The next high looking left on that weekly chart is 541. So it's got a little bit of room on the weekly. OCUL. Well, this Goro has been taking a big hit also. GORO. Is there any news on this one? Well, after suspending their dividend program, okay? Yeah, nice move by the market now. So let's take a look at the SPY, Dow, and NAS all up. There's no disconnect between the value and the growth stocks so far. Toast, TOST. Okay, let's take a look at TOST with an upgrade profit price target of 30 by who? KeyBank from 26 to 30. Okay. OCUL. Now, my problem with this one right now is trying to get through five. I think five is a cycle, in my opinion anyway, a psychological number to get through. Okay, so Evercore has upgraded Zillow, ZG, with an outperform with a target of 61 from, so we're at $45 right now, approximately. I would never take it right now. I just think there's, all this stuff on the daily chart. Wow, I don't know if the rest of the other two did this, but look at LI, guys. Look at LI, China EV play through the 200-day moving average now. Okay, let's take a look at XPAV and NIO, see if they've done the same thing. Not even close for XPAV. Let's take a look at NIO. No, so LI is trading on its own when it comes to those three, the big China EV players. Has earnings on the 24th. GNS, I know Shady talked about that one a little while ago, GNS. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, so this market, nice little surge now. Pre-market, taking out the pre-market highs now in the SPY, or right at them anyway. Well, here's another one just getting hammered here. Lifetime low, guys. SES lifetime low underneath 3. Big number. What's it? What? How many in the float here? This all got jumbled up. All right, just give me a moment. 18. Wow, big float. 181 million in the float for SES on a $3 stock. That's a big. May not be able to move that much then with that float. GoTo actually had an upgrade today. GOTU had an upgrade today from some firm I've never heard of. CLSA, don't know them, never heard of them. Doesn't mean they're bad, but never heard of CLSA. Ooh, another look at this upstart UPST after all. Remember, it got up to 26 like a week and a half ago, up to 26, right back down to 15. Thank you, Monsieur De, if you're French. CLSA is huge, the largest French bank. Okay, my bad. I should know that. I've never heard of them though. Keep an eye on AXSM now. Looks like it's in definitely a nice bounce mode. AXSM. I mean, obviously it's been a huge bounce from 53 up to 61, but I mean, it looks like it could even go positive. Okay. So Genius Group, this is one reason why it's up. It canceled their $7.5 million financing. So canceling the financing means less dilution. However, I don't know how desperate they need the money. Boy, this market's surging, guys. Big surge here. Look at this. Wow. On this SPY candle right there. SPY, yeah, big surge. Taking out that the pre-market highs like nothing. Didn't look, it's kind of interesting. We had about an hour straight down, and then at what time was that? 9 o'clock. It's had a lift since 9. Yeah, right. Did want to take advantage of the shareholders. I mean, listen, maybe AXSM. I mean, the spread's not terrible. 61.92. Yeah, it sort of widened right there. 61.92, 62.28. But it's not going to surprise me if this goes positive. Okay, guys, listen. The next time Teva comes out and saying they're coming out with a generic drug, and some company gets hammered because of it, we've got to look at a bounce. Oof. Because that's two. I can't. What was the other one? A couple of weeks ago that Teva stock got hammered down, and I believe it's. I don't know if it's completely recovered, but somebody will know. Yeah, well, the AI, wrong side of the AXSM for sure. It's a great recovery. I mean, tremendous recovery. Over $10 now from the absolute lows. All right, I had an alert for CRNX for some reason, I guess on a 20 break. Must have put that a long time ago. Don't really care about that now. I forgot to go through my price alerts on the weekend to get rid of the ones I don't care about. Look at this market. So that's old news about GNS? Okay, well, I guess you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I was reading that wrong. That was on the 10th. That was on the 10th. So a little reaction on the 10th of that cancellation. Sorry about that. OCUL struggling to get through 5. Not saying it's not going to happen, but it's right now trying to get through 5. OCUL. So here's Magna, guys. MGA trying to recover after a horrible day on Friday. It was an earnings play for Magna. auto parts company out of Canada. A big gap down, trying to recover a little bit here, 55.36. So obviously it's got room. It depends on, but remember, for all the reasons it went down, they're still there. Bank of America report. Let me see. Oh, January 13th, Michael. Anthony in our YouTube room. No, Grumpy, I don't. Not very much anymore. TDC guys, wow, TDC on the weekly. That's maybe not enough room. Keep an eye on Hertz, HTZ, keep an eye on Hertz. The pre-market high was up here around 1940 or so. It's regained 19. OCUL still struggling to try to get through 5. eBay, guys, eBay over the VWAP. Look at eBay. This is interesting. I mean, 49.89, 50, kind of the next high looking left for eBay. Not an earnings play. eBay acquires 3 p.m. Shield to bring, all right, advanced marketplace compliance technology. Okay, whatever that means. 3 p.m. solutions. Don't know what that means, but deal closed as of February 9th. This is interesting, guys. There's room. I mean, eBay's got room. Next high again, it's 49.85, so over $1. Let's see if it holds in this area right here for eBay. Is this an earnings play? Okay, MTC got halted because of volatility on the way up. So MTC got halted on the way up. BTC, I'm sorry, MTC. Wow, EOLS is, I had this on a thumbnail chart. I don't know how much volume there is, but it's on the move here. EOLS. And then the high, yeah, there's just not very much volume. I had this on a thumbnail chart, so that's why I do see it. The next high is 956, but the volume isn't great. So Magna on the move, guys. MGA, just mentioned this one probably almost a dollar ago. MGA on the move. TDC definitely on the move here. Now coming into probably some resistance. 39. Look at that weekly chart between here and like 39, between this current price of 38.77 and around 40. Looks like there is pretty decent resistance for TDC. It is an earnings play. Didn't really see it, or I may have seen it, but look how ugly this looked in the pre-market. AXC, excuse me, AXSM, guys. I believe this is almost positive. This is now positive. What did I say? It wouldn't surprise me if this went positive. So look at this now, AXSM. Okay, guys, boy, that AXSM, definitely an overreaction. Well, what a run this NGL has been on. Look at this run, $1.08. Well, I guess it looks 108 to 242 over the last, I guess, 3 months. So I mean, it's a big percentage move, but it took a while. All right, let's take a look at some of these now from the races, see if there's anything interesting happening. Excuse me, FSLY. Yeah, this could be ripe for a short now, because you've got some topping tails here, two little topping tails. This had a tremendous run. The VWAP is at 1159, so okay, guys, OCUL. Getting closer to that 5 again. OCUL. There it goes. Okay. Next high looking left on the weekly is 541. Boy, this FSLY won't quit, will not quit. I was looking at a potential short here, but it will not quit. The next high again is 12. Well, it's taken that out, 1205. Next high is 1233. What a run. Guess we have to start paying more attention to Bank of America upgrades. Not just the upgrades, but it's the price targets. Okay, OCUL, keep an eye on it for maybe the second break of 5. See if it takes that out and starts to run. You can see what it did. It got through, but then it pulled right back a little bit. Second break might be the one. So it had news plus the price target with a $12 price target. But it is phase one. I mean, let's face it, it is phase one, but nonetheless, so kind of two PRs for it. Call it two PRs for it. The news itself for the company, and then a price target. Yeah, great move. Nice call by Shady. I didn't see it, but great call by Shady for the tops. Keep an eye on the OCUL, guys. It's trying one more time. Yeah, so that, see now. So that percentage right there, the first percent you see is how much has moved since the race started. Okay, JC Dave. That's the key number. I mean, this is how much it's actually up for the day. So that percentage there, but that number there, that's the key number, okay? The key percent. How much has it moved since the race started? That's why it's in the top position right now at 2%. Keep an eye on OCUL, guys. The second break of 5 could be the one. But I'm not suggesting anybody take the trade. I'm just saying, you know, it looks sometimes that second break is the one that gets it going. I mean, it's already up 29%, but it does have the room, little bit of room on the weekly, 541. How ugly was DDL? This looks like it's going to go negative. At earnings, big pop up here, 616, big collapse here. How's KWeb doing? Take a look at the overall China market, see if it is still kind of holding or selling off. You know what? It's still kind of, I mean, a little minor sell off, but nothing like the DDL. DDL is certainly trading on its own. All right, there's tops at two. Tops at two. Let's take a look left on that daily chart. Where could it keep going before it looks like the next high is at 219. Then after that, 250. I mean, look, if it can get through 250, I mean, then the next high is way up here at six. I'm just really focusing on this OCUL. See if it can have a major breakthrough five. It'll probably get me into it. Yeah, I don't know why this showed up. ANAC, don't know what this is. Don't ask, guys. Okay, please don't ask. It's a warrant of some sort, some crazy 0013. I'm surprised. I thought I had a price, minimum price. I guess I don't, just the volume. Yeah, because obviously I don't care about anything that is certainly less than a penny. Okay, guys, so OCUL still kind of struggling to get through five. I think the VWAP is close also for OCUL. 479 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit close. Let's see if that VWAP can hold it. Yeah, just forget it. Okay, I mean, it showed up here, some kind of a warrant. It's a news halt also. Warrants, okay. In fact, I think what I'll do is I'll put at least a $1 minimum price here. I don't care about seeing something like this. Well, look at AI, guys. It tried to have a little pop. It is not a green bar ignored. Well, actually, it is a green bar ignored. Wow, that is a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. In fact, it's a great one with that big topping tail. This is just getting sold off. I think I mean, the AA, the whole AI is not dying, of course, but I think all these individual stocks are just selling off now after the hype. OCUL is crawling up again towards that five. I really kind of like it over five. It's over for now, for sure. I mean, now these companies, they can't fool us anymore. But look at HYPR, put AI in the price, press release, sorry. Now this has gone actually negative. Give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to help our developers. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am trying to, the single stock window sometimes doesn't show the data. We're trying to get to the bottom of that. It's a little annoying. I mean, it doesn't happen all the time, of course, but wow, I'm just watching that OCUL. Now we're getting some bottoming tails for OCUL. Okay. And this just has maybe the look, looks like that VWAP is trying to hold it, but the bottoming tails. Now, there are topping tails too. There's a big topping tail also, but maybe these bottoming tails, I mean, the sellers have been trying to knock it down a bit. This is shortable. Looks like there's tons, yeah. So this is certainly a shortable stock. Probably at most brokerages. At Interactive Brokers, there's 2.8 million. So I mean, there are probably shorts available at most brokerages, but I'm just thinking that five, just put the alert right at five. Okay, at five. Are you talking about on the y-axis? There's no adjustment. Now with the new charts that I'm not demonstrating because I just think it's going to slow down my system too much. But the new HTML charts, if I right click, I might try one on my other monitor. You don't have this option, okay? But use browser interface, okay? I believe there's a way to adjust the y-axis. I'm just a little bit hesitant to try it because the last time I tried it, it just froze my system. So I just don't want to do it. I would call this, I mean, it's not even alpha. I think it's pre-alpha. Certainly not beta in terms of the stage it's at. All right, this 5 level is just, it's not possible. No, right now it's not possible. Exactly. Yeah, LICM, this is the China one that I was talking about. I mean, this actually got up to $5 after hours, 5:03 after hours Friday. Had the big run. Look at that run it had, and then at 4 o'clock, it pulled all the way back. But the IPO was at, well, the IPO suggested IPO price was 4, so at least it's above that now. China IPOs, I think it's 6.5, 6.3 million in the float, so low float. Market is still surging, guys. Still a big surge. Tomorrow's going to be super interesting with the CPI coming out at 8:30. Very, no, hardly any action, guys, in my 10-day daily breakout. Certainly nothing in the breakdowns yet, but not very many. This is more typical. In the last week and a half, 2 weeks maybe, we've seen a lot more in the 10-day daily breakouts. But there will be days in which you only get 4 or 5, and that's because the filter I'm using is pretty okay, guys. Again, I know I'm nagging here, but OCUL, it just has that look. If it can just break through 5. Again, topping a bottoming tail. This candle has another 20 seconds before it closes. So we've got these two bottoming tails now on the 15-minute. But sellers have been trying to knock it down. Volume is still decent. I mean, it hasn't completely tapered off. And we'll see if that $12 price target. Again, I don't know how much weight JMP Securities has, but OCUL guys right at 5. Oscar, OSCR, this was a very active one last week. Well, it was active on Friday. We have a continuation. Actually, it's been active. That's right. I remember seeing this one now. So for a month and a half or almost 2 months, a run from 2 to 526. The next high in the weekly chart, well, it's right there. It looks like it's right there. 525, 527. Then the high after that is 577. So if If you can maintain this level, you know, you don't want to chase it right now, but if it can maintain, then the next time the weekly is, again, it's 570, 577, I think. 577. So there is a little bit of room. But again, you're in chase mode right now. Ideally, it might pull back just a little. There's the VWAP at 505. Yeah, here's another one. Lux Urban Hotels. LUX. This is, I'm sure it's not an IPO. I don't know well, let me back this out. Yeah, so it started trading as LUX. Okay, guys, OCUL. OCUL. What was the one I just saw popped up here? LUX, sorry, LUXH. What is the low float? 3 million in the float. Raises guidance for net. So they have, I don't know when their earnings date is, no idea. We don't have anything. But they raises guidance for net rental revenue to from 115 to 120. Boy, it's pretty, it's a low flow, 3 million. No idea when earnings are. We don't have an earnings date for them for some reason. Look at this though. Again, I'm trying to figure out CASA or CAM. Usually you're good at these to try to find out why it is trading like this. Was it a symbol name change? I'm sure it was not a SPAC. So it's not halted. I thought it was halted actually. LUXH. I thought it was halted. It's not halted. Um, Sort of a red bar ignored on AXSM, guys. AXSM, sort of a red bar ignored in the 15-minute. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Forget about that. Not a red bar ignored. But this just sort of stalled here. LUXH after the big pop. Low float, guys, 3 million in the float, 13 times normal volume right now. Okay, guys, OCUL on the move, a little bit on the move here. Market high now, OCUL. Remember this one from last week, guys. Yeah, I got hammered. Well, NSSC had a tremendous run all the way to 36 and then big drop down to 31. Very erratic, but look at this. I mean, look at the little bit of volume coming in. Is not trading very much. 134,000. Half, more than half the volume is here. Yeah, no shorts available. Interactive brokers either. And for MTC. Okay, guys, OCUL on the move. OCUL on the move. Now, if you took this one, remember where the next high, whoops, on the weekly chart is. Next high is over here at 541. So if you took that one, then obviously I took it. I said I would take it if it broke through 5 again. This is not a recommendation to do the same thing, but I'm not sure, JC. I know it's in the, if you take a look at Brokers Plus and that first video, there's a short video that should tell you. Because I don't connect it. So you're talking about for live trading? Yeah, I don't know because I do not connect it, but I think that the short video in the link, it should tell you exactly. Or somebody who is connecting B plus to IB might be able to just tell you right now. So that was the deal for LUXH, okay? Interesting. I mean, it's just not trading now. 204, 210 also after that big pop. Come on, OCO, get into the mid. Yeah, just watching OCOL. I'm going to do a little protective trade here. No, I was just going to take some out at 520, but it says popped up to 523 now. So 524, 525. All right, 524. Took some out at 524 from 504. Okay, with about a 4-cent stop. So that's about a 1 for 6 risk reward. But again, I'm just very wary of that 544. 544 on the weekly chart. I think it was 544, 541. So what did it get to? It got up to 426, 526. Okay, this is crazy one. This is a crazy one. And that's the LUXH. Hmm. Okay, I'm not going to do it. I put a bid in. I put a bid in for LUXH using IB's mid, and they wouldn't fill me. Just in case it did something really crazy, okay? But they would not fill me. All right, guys, 10:46 right now. So I will talk a little bit about the information that you're going to find on my homepage right now. All right, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to find. First thing is, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, we've got a nice little promo on V-Day 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. You click on Get Trade Ideas. You'll see there, and never mind this 20%. Use mine, V-Day 25, you'll get 25%. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, so annual premium is 2,000 less the 25%, and the annual standard 1,000 less the 25%. And the big difference is the AI. AI had some interesting looks this morning. You had to be quick though. I mean, you had some profit in the Mindy, but you should never let it go negative on you. Anyway, I think the TDC, yeah. So these were all quite profitable. These top two, but they've turned around. So that's why I'm saying the AI for me is just a watch list. So now you don't have to take out an annual plan. Want to go month to month? That's fine. Standard, premium, 118, 228. You will get that 25% discount on the first month only. Okay. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, if you want to try us out for a month, you get that 25%. And then within 30 days, if you decide you like to take on an annual, we will honor the 25% discount. Okay. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. 10 videos, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through them, but it's mandatory you do that. If you are new to trading, this is a great free course, Trading 101. If you're brand new to trading, okay? It starts off with what is a stock, literally, okay? So I would really take a look at this if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Of course, that's free. Trade of the week, which is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Let's take a look at, now this was an energy play, and we saw in the pre-market, that energy was weak, and the trigger for this is 62.65. So let's see, did it actually trigger? No, it did not. And I don't count the pre-market at all. So this did not trigger yet. The trigger is 62.65 for BERI. Sorry, BERY. I'm sorry, I thought this was the other one. So this is not a. For some reason, I thought this was a in the energy sector, but it is not. Okay, I must be thinking of. I thought there was a Berry Petroleum. Okay, guys. So just like last week, you got to be nimble in these things. I mean, OCUL looked like it wanted to get through into the 20s, but now it's pulled right back down. Getting close to my 504 buy, but I'll hang on to see if it at least can pop into the mid teens and hold there for a bit. So anyway, Barry is the trade of the week. It has not triggered. 62.65 is the trigger. If you get the email, you'll see what the idea behind it is. Education, big education section right here on my homepage. So click on the user guide. There is that getting started again. Here, information about alert windows, top list windows, and the stock raising. At least, I would say that when you start off, you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is. And I really recommend that you take a look at stock racing. Okay. You take a look at the stock racing. I'll go over in a bit, but you got all this information right here. 4 videos on it, how to set it up. This is all clickable, race startup, race configuration, etc. Here's the getting started. You can see how we're really hammering home this getting started series. This is a software program. There's obviously a learning curve, okay, like any other software program. Now, daily support sessions. So I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Monday. Should be Chris Varley. But I will verify that before I do take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room and our Discord room. Educational videos, more educational videos about trade ideas. The last, here's my scan. So again, if you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down, okay, and get to the scan section. Master lot, what do I use in the pre-market? Because if you come here in the pre-market, you'll see I've got it displayed. I've been using this pre-market actives up and down. These are a couple of top lists. I've been using the same format for years and years. All right, OCUL right back up. These are the two races you see. The race is biggest gainers from the open and large cap gainers from the open. My 10-day daily breakout and breakdown right here, very popular. Okay, but I do have other scans that you see the Halted resumes right here. So if you take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link. Click on my homepage link, and then you can use this promo code VDave25. This is a free room. The room gets credit. I get some credit. Also, if you save my link, you'll have access to my scans and the education section all the time. Okay. And this room is like this Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and approximately 3:30. I'm usually knocking off at around 3:20. So if you're new to this, welcome. My goodness, I saw this one early. Shoot, this one was shortable for me too. UIHC, look at this drop from 2 to 1, 50% drop through the 200-day moving average. I just sort of thought, it's too cheap to short, but man, I think I saw it right around here, the 171 mark. Didn't really do anything in the pre-market, but it had a couple of bad days, and this is what you call a follow-through on a bad day, or a bad couple of days, sorry. And now look at this huge move down now. Yeah, $197 million of net loss. Yikes. And they have earnings on the 22nd. So they're conditioning the market for this bad earnings release on the 22nd. Okay, good. I'm glad it worked for you, JC. Yeah, IB's linking is really good, I think. Very good. That upgrade really helped GOTU. And okay? As I found out, CLSA is a big French bank. So never heard of them. Meanwhile, guess what's back in action, guys? FSLY. Now, I don't know if that's truly, I mean, it's a bottoming tail. I don't know if that truly down to 1150, but it has popped right back up again. Guys, Marathon, MRO. So, okay, let's take a look now. We get a different look now. So I'm going to click on new and I'm going to click on dock channel bar. This time, instead of the change from the close, I'm going to take a look at those sectors, change from the open. And we could see a big difference. Could see. Remember, this was 100% down in the pre-market. XLE, let's see if there's a difference here. Yeah, so there, I mean, 50-50. So remember, 10 minutes before the market opened, XLE, the major ETF for energy, every single stock was down from Friday's close. Okay. Now we're in a 50-50 situation. In other words, approximately 50% of them are up from the open. So they could still be down from the close, but so they could still be down from the close, but now they're moving higher from the open. Okay, they're opening trade. Okay. Now look at retail, 81%. I don't think it was that high. So retail has been strong. I think every sector was up from the close on Friday, except for energy. But now look at retail, 81% are up from the open. Technology was strong. Communications were strong. So all these were up from the close, but they're also up from the open. Look at healthcare, 80%. So look at this. And it makes sense when you see the market doing this, right? All right. OCUL. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at this one, SSRM. I think this one had the big, yeah, this is continuation down. Look at, I remember this one now on Friday. Big drop on Friday. And now a continuation getting near the low. Okay, guys, yeah, big market surge still on the way here. Big market surge. Remember Sono from last week had one good day anyway. Sono had one good day. Great day. That was on earnings. And then Friday, a little bit of a sell off. But right now, still hanging in there. This was an earnings play on the 8th. Aloha, Mr. Things to Do in Hawaii, or Hawaii. Or Oxon Comms. Yeah, I mean, it's got room, obviously. You look at the daily chart, 739, that's the high on Thursday. So it's had a decent recovery day, low float. After the company announced an 80% year-over-year reduction of outstanding secured debt. So, I mean, it's got some news. Whether that news is, I mean, it's obviously helped the stock immensely today. 2.5 million in the float, 15 million have traded. So it's traded the float a little over 6 times. Now, whether it keeps going from here, it does look interesting though. Again, the next high is 732. There's the VWAP. The VWAP's at 561, so certainly above the VWAP. Meanwhile, Fastly just continues to march up. All right, OCUL. See, the reason I could hold on to that when it pulled back down to 507 is because I sold some at 524 earlier. Okay, so the worst that was going to happen to me, in my opinion, was that I would sell at 505, 506, basically flat the first because I'm in at 504. But selling some early allows me to hold on through this this pullback. If I hadn't, there's no way I would have been holding on. So now, can I get through the high of the day, which is 526? You got up to 527. And 541 is my worrisome area. 541 is the area, when you look left on the weekly chart, that is the next high. Well, this one is cratering also, SCLX. See that? Yeah, so they've done an acquisition. This is a subsidiary of Sorrento, and they've done an acquisition. The market's not liking it at all. This is the new Sorrento Therapeutic subsidiary Silex acquires the right to FDA-approved, etc., for acute treatment of migraine. So the market is not liking this at all. All right, well, let's put a 530 in here. 31 on the price alert. Now I should, I'm reluctant to get rid of these because I don't know what might happen. I had an error when I did a mass delete. This is such an impressive move, guys, for this FSLY with that float, 110 million in the float to be up 26%. That is an impressive move. And now look, they took out that high of 1233. I'm not in this one, never was in this one. But I wish I were. Another one, guys. Ansi making a little bit of a move here. Do I have any idea what analyst at the Bank of America who did the upgrade for OCUL? All I can do is just get the headline. Uh, no, oh, I'm sorry, for FSLY, sorry. FSLY, not, Jim, CUL had an upgrade also, but it wasn't from the Bank of America. Okay. Yeah, probably not gonna be able to see this, okay, it's Tal Liani. Tal Liani, if that makes the Fastly analyst Tal Liani. That is at Bank of America. Okay, if you can see my screen. I'm not familiar with any analysts really at all anywhere, but at least they didn't say anything about AI. Boy, oh boy, I mean, I don't know, I keep talking about this one, but this is such an impressive move, FSLY. He's making new high after new high. Okay, guys, I've taken some more off the OCUL. I just have my doubts it's going to get through that 541. So I am, I don't have very much left. Okay, let's take a look at American Eagle, AEO. Wow, what a run it's been on. Look at this, straight up. Now, remember when we looked at retail, the retail sector, XRT, and XRT, every single, it was not quite 100%, but so many stocks were above the open, number one. And you can just sort of see, here's the open right there for XRT, and there's a lift. So virtually all stocks, most of the stocks are going to look just like that. Give me one moment, guys. Which channel bar has the ETF? You're talking about the sector ETFs? It's called sector analysis. Okay. If you go to sector analysis, question in our YouTube room, which channel has the ETF? So just go click on new and then doc channel bar. Might have to click show more and then sector analysis. Sector status, sorry. Okay. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So yeah, the OCUL, I don't have that much left, but hey, it's still hanging in there. You know, if it can take out 530 again, maybe it'll have a run at that 541 mark. And who knows, maybe it takes it out. I mean, if it took it out, the next high is 633. This could be interesting, you know, as a follow-through play tomorrow, depending on how it closes today. We don't use it to trade the stock, things to do. And so the question was, well, I shouldn't say that. So the question was, how do you use the sector analysis to trade the stock? So if you're in if you wanted to take an energy play, you know, to me, you should look at the sector to see what the sector is doing. As an example, if you want to take an energy play that doesn't have specific news about it, you know, it doesn't have earnings or doesn't have a specific news release about it, but you, for some reason, you're looking at a chart and you think, yeah, it looks pretty good. I would then check the sector to see how is the overall sector doing. You know, if the sector is looking positive, then, you know, that might give you a little more optimism about taking the trade. Okay. But if the sector was, you know, all of a sudden you're looking at the sector, you know, most of the stocks are just moving down, you know, you'd have to sort of consider, why would I take that trade? Why would I go against the sector? Something like that. Okay. me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Again, internal discussions. CJJD. Used to see this one quite a bit. Remember these days, guys, when it went from 211 all the way up to 789 in a very short period of time. Looks like that was a 3-day run for CJJD. This is a China stock, China Jojo drugstores. Look at this. What a so the power of the 200-day moving average. Look how it held. This is back on January 20th. So less than a month ago, this touched the 200-day moving average and basically just lifted from there. XPON, guys. XPON is on the move here. XPON. I have that thumbnailed. So noticing this is sort of on the move. There's the VWAP, held the VWAP 349. So it's lifting off the VWAP. It's had a big day on Friday. Big day. Well, it's had several big days. Then the big sell-offs. Look at all these topping tails. That's these topping tails, excuse me, on the daily charts, confidence destroyers, okay, to try to trade intraday because it looks really awesome and then they just sell off. And so that happened on Friday also. Got up to what, 375, sold off down to 3. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, sorry, I am just, okay, you guys were talking about Zim, ZIM earlier, ZIM. Yeah, look at this, ZIM. Wow. Just had the big run a few days, but now dropping, and the next low looking left is 1929-ish, 1917. Meanwhile, you know what? I didn't even realize that FSLY showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. How crazy is that at 12:33? So even with what you probably consider as a very late alert, remember the only reason it's so-called late is because the filter values weren't met until that time. And I don't know which one wasn't met. The relative volume probably was certainly high enough. Let's take a look at what could not have been met. You can tell exactly what was not met. Remember, this is a 10-day daily breakout, so there it is. You know, had to go back. So within 10 days, so it wasn't a 10-day daily breakout until it hit 1234 right here, or 1233. So, I mean, if you wanted to see this earlier, you could have used a 5-day daily breakout, okay? You could have. So if you have this, my 10-day daily breakout, you can always adjust it to 5, remembering that you'll get a lot more alerts then. And a lot of them will not necessarily be what you want to see. In this particular case, of course, it would have been great, but if that makes sense. Whoa. William, are you paying attention to some of these topping plays from Zach's scan? I'm just looking at some of them now. Redfin, wow. And that was almost bang on. I mean, the alert was at 9:01. It only got up to what did it get it to 9:04 or so. All right, this could be an interesting one, guys. Sono, Sono. Really? I guess you haven't made that adjustment that a long time ago. That these are the ones that are showing up right now. Some multiple ones, of course. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stocks, 5 different stocks that have shown up here. So here's Sono. This could be interesting also, 2098, especially if it takes out 2074. So let's take a look at what you've got here. These are the filters I've got, and it's obviously that you don't have the same filters. I'll just show them. Maybe you can. Yeah. So these topping plays, with the market moving down just a little bit, could start to be really good. So obviously you don't have the same filters. That's what it is. Okay, guys. I'm in a Sono short. Okay, I want to see. I easy just put certainly no more than the whole number. Okay, that's my get out. But I'm in a Sono short. As long as the market just keeps doing something like this, 2084 on the short. Get my so. I mean, listen, I'd be almost inclined if it got back up to 2089 to get out. That's me. I mean, I'm just and the low down here is 2073. Obviously, there is what I'm looking at, 2053. There's the VWAP, 2055. Okay, Charlie Popper, or sorry, Charles Popper in our YouTube room wanting to know what is the change from the 10-day SMA? What is it? What the change is? All right, let's take a look. Most of the time, if you click on it, and I'm just going to bring it up and click on the help, but let me just bring it up. Okay, let me put in SMA. Okay, it's changed. So basically, what it means is if you want to see all stocks above the 10-day SMA, as an example, okay, then you could use this filter, add the filter, okay, And this is for the change of any one of those, it could be the 200-day, the 50, whatever ones we have. So this is you put minimum, if you want to see just stocks above the 10-day SMA, then you would put some kind of, like, you could put literally 0.001 as an example, okay? But if you want to see it, 10% above the 10-day SMA, I can't tell you what to use, but that's what it means, the change. So how like what percent is it above, say, the 10-day SMA? Okay. So we don't have the only crosses we have on SMAs, I believe, we have the 200, 50, 20. I don't think we have the 10. Yeah. So we can see where the price crosses the 20, 50, and 200 as alerts. Okay. Now, what you can do is create a top list. Okay. And if you're looking, so you could find stocks that are really near, say, the 10 SMA in a top list, if that makes sense. So it hasn't crossed it yet, but maybe, it's just a little bit below it. So it's the price above, like how far above is the price above, say, the 200-day moving average? It's not using volume. I mean, again, if I look at this, just a minute. I mean, the 200 is the big one, right? So, I mean, if you wanted to see stocks that were a certain, the current price is a certain percent above the 200-day moving average, you could use this. It's not volume. Well, it's not volume. Now, what they may have told you is sometimes it needs volume a little, well, not on this one, but on the actual alerts themselves, the cross above, sometimes it does need a volume confirmation. But right here, I mean, this change from the 200-day SMA, I mean, that is definitely just the price. Yeah, so yeah, some of these, like these ones, the 20 as an example, the 20 period SMA crossed above the 200 period SMA and the 15-minute chart. There is a volume confirmation that is required. Yes, if that's what you're talking about. And people have asked about why. Well, it's been asked for many, many years now. I have no answer. I think they think that, a little bit of volume confirmation rather than having something just pop above it and then right back down on no volume. So sometimes, yeah, you will see the alert. You might say, hey, why does the alert look a little bit, off the current price? I mean, that can happen. So maybe that's what you're. Well, okay. Again, the change. If you're looking here, the change. If you can see my screen, the change from the 200-day SMA percent. Okay. So here is the 200-day SMA right there for, say, Sono 1811. So you didn't want to see, if you only wanted to see stocks that were, 10% above the 200-day SMA or 5%. I mean, that's all it is. So you would put whatever change you want. It's just maybe call it the difference from the current price and the 200-day SMA. So for instance, right now, Sono is at 2089. The 200-day SMA is 1811. If you put 5% here, you would see that stock, right? Because 5% of 1811. So that would be 1901. Okay, it's 5% above the current 200, and that's going to be a moving target. Okay. Well, now, hopefully you understand now, though. Okay. It's just, yeah, maybe the change is a little confusing. Maybe it should say the difference from the 200-day, but you understand now, right? This is used a lot where people want to see they just want to make sure stocks are, say, above the 200-day, maybe, stacked. So some might use this filter to only see stocks that are above the 200-day, above the 50-day, above the 10, the 20-day, and the 10 and the 8, etc. Okay. And so if you put in the min box just any sort of a positive number, it could be 0.000001 in each one of these, then you would see stocks that are above all of these moving averages, as an example. We see a lot of people using it in that. Usually that's the use. It's not so much that they only want to see stocks, say, up 5% above the 10-day moving average. Usually it's just to say, I want to see stocks that are above all these moving averages. Yeah, now I'm just explaining in general, though, how most people use this. Or, of course, conversely, you wanted to see stocks all underneath all these moving averages, then you would use the max and put a negative number. Here in the max, you would put like a negative number, and that would ensure you're seeing all stocks underneath the moving averages, if that's what you want to do. Okay, that's just, I'm just sort of talking in general, though I think most people use that. Yeah, on a percentage wise, if you really want, the moving average to be a certain percent, or the price to be a certain percent above that moving average, yeah, you could put them in and then 5%, 4%, whatever percent you want. Yeah, Sono is, I'm getting set maybe to dump this, but we'll see. I'm just looking, it was more, well, look, also the market, remember, the market's going against me right now. So that's why I have to be, it's going to pay attention to this. Remember, when I took this short on Sono, that 11:30 15-minute candle was red. There's that bottoming tail. So it was red down here. But now it is reversed, and now this next one is up. So, Sona may be following the market a little too closely for my liking, in which case, just get out of it. It's going to give it another few pennies, and that's it. Yeah, this one, well, I saw this one in the pre-market, guys, but I hated this daily chart, all these topping tails and bottoming tails. It's an ugly looking daily chart. However, some volume is coming in, a little bit of volume coming in here for this CING. I just have my doubts, that it's going to get through this 120 mark. Okay, Sono is back where I shorted it to 2084. So let's see if it is a bit of a drop from there. So I'm still hanging on to a little piece of this OCUL. I'm out of most of it. I just have my doubts it's going to take out that 541 today. So I've taken most of my profit out of that. And I still have this Sono short at 2084. Now I'll be taking my break pretty soon. So I'm just going to confirm it'll be Chris in our YouTube room. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Chris. Just want to make sure. And when I take my break, Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, let's see, 11:53. So, Charles, just to give you an idea, how you could you're not going to see the cross as an alert, okay? But you could see stocks that are maybe close to a moving average that you want, be it the 10, the 8, the 10, I guess the 20, the 50, and the 200. So for instance, this one right here, the SMA is close, as an example. SMA 200 is close, but I could have made it. So let's just take a look at what it's looking at. And yeah, so it could be 1% above, no more than 1% above, no more than 1% below. Okay? And you can see right there. So here's BTG as an example. And where's the 200-day moving average? 355. So you can see it's at 354. So this is how you could, instead of having the actual cross, sometimes this is better because this shows you where the stock is in relationship to whatever moving average you want. And you can sort on that column. And you'll see the ones that are absolutely like really, really close, but hasn't quite broken. And that might be just as powerful as seeing the break. Because that can, that allows you to maybe set it up ahead of time. Does that all make sense? And this is just the SMA 200, but of course I could have done it with the SMA 50 or the 10 or. Yes, the alert window, yes, you need some kind of a trigger. Absolutely. So I actually think a topless window is the way to go because it allows you to see it before it actually happens, but it's very close. Then you don't have to worry about volume confirmation or anything. And if you sort on that close, the change from the close, or change from the that's the 200-day, you'll see them. They're so close. MFA. There it is. The VWAP. Oh, sorry. The 200-day is 1124. It's at 1128. So you could look at that and go, well, okay. See, I mean, right there, you can see on my daily chart, that green line is the 200-day moving average. It's right on it. Now you can make up your mind and think, if it keeps over this, I mean, you look left and you say, well, okay, it's got some room, 1184. It's got some room to move. Not quite every second, okay? I mean, I will say every 30 seconds, but that believe me, that's plenty. But you will see it change even within 30 seconds. But it's certainly, I mean, listen, unless you're trying to scalp things, it's certainly, you're going to see it so close that it shouldn't matter. Because the whole idea then is, look left. So on this one, the MFA, you might say, okay, it's above both the VWAP, it's above both the 200-day SMA. If it hangs here and starts to move, I look left, it's got some room till 1185 on the daily chart. You make up your mind, say, yeah, I want to trade it. There's the high of the day. Maybe, I don't know, wait for the high of the day break. Completely up to you, of course. But the big thing is that it's got room. You look left and it does have the room to move if it wants to, 1183. Mr. Varley, I think I just heard a little ping pop. I think that means you're there.
Can you hear me, Mr. Barry?
I can hear you now. First of all, let me do a couple things. Let me mute my music, then I'll hear you a lot better. Number one. And the other thing, let me get my script in so I let everybody know I'm going to be taking my break. Okay, guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room now. So I'm on a break back around 1 p.m. ET, as I just put that in there. Okay, so I'm muting myself now in the two rooms. Except for YouTube, of course. So, Mr. Varley, how the heck are you?
Oh, we're doing all right over here. And yourself?
Good, good.
Excellent.
One decent trade in OCUL. I'm still in it. I'm in very late, but it gave me a good,
Mm-hmm.
nice risk reward. But other than that, and I'm in a Sono short, but it's 2084. But I'll probably get out of it because I'm going to be on my break, and I don't want it to whip up on me. So, but other than that, yeah, I haven't really done too much.
Me neither. I took one shot at what was it? COMS.
COMS, yeah.
I took it on a pullback. Taking a page from your book, I took it on a pullback to VWAP around 10:30 or so, or at least on that 10:30 15-minute candle.
I can see
And when
that.
it
Yeah.
struggled around that 6 number and didn't really want to get over, I just closed it out really fast.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, because the VWAP was about what, a 573-ish or so, 570, 573 when you looked at it,
yeah.
or maybe even a little
No,
maybe
it was
560.
before that. I was around 540 something.
Yeah, I see it now. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know. I just decided, let me play with VWAP today. So it went
Yeah.
okay. I won't
Why not?
complain.
You
So,
kind of
all right,
cut
I'm
out
sure you're
there,
eager to
so
go take your break. Let me make a
I
screen
am.
swap for you here.
Okay, my
Am I
friend.
back?
You're back. Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, perfect. So I've made a screen swap. Let me get rid of my Slack. There we go.
Okay, Chris.
And I'll see you in about an hour.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Bye-bye.
So Barry makes his way out. I'm here to hang with you all. Hopefully everything is looking and sounding well on your end as I come through. As I mentioned, just that one trade today, kind of messing with VWAP a little bit here. For full disclosure purposes on why I messed with that is I've had kind of a tough month here to start February after I had a pretty good December and had an okay January. Again, not setting the world on fire, but we're paying some bills around here. However, my entries haven't been great lately, and I don't know. I haven't changed anything in a long time, so I don't know if it was just just the way it went for the last 7 weeks or so, or if it's or if maybe what I was doing isn't currently working. I'm not sure. So I said, maybe I throw up a VWAP and make sure I'm not entering too far away from VWAP and just kind of see and tweak it like that a little bit. So anyways, nothing magic about any of these things. Obviously, everybody's looking at the same indicators all across the planet, but figured I'd take a look like that anyways and give VWAP a look. I guess maybe also subconsciously there's a lot of VWAP talk out there, especially anchored VWAP with Brian Shannon's new book that's out. We'll probably be doing a webinar with him in the not too distant future. So maybe I'm giving a VWAP a little more attention. I mean, there's nobody does it better than Brian, as far as trading goes. And, a couple of books that he wrote are, absolutely fantastic books. Brian's just, a good all around guy that's not selling anybody any pipe dreams or nonsense. His biggest thing is don't buy stocks in downtrends. And that's, where I really get, he's one of those people that I've gotten that from. So anywho, I think Barry answered all the questions that are in the YouTube channel there. If there's something Barry did not answer, or if you want me to dig further into what he had answered already, or maybe I have some other perspective on it. As far as functionality of the software goes, obviously we're both going to probably give you the same answers, but we all have different ways that we use different things in here that function the same. So any of those questions like that, please put those out there for me. Jamie, what is happening? How are you? Good to see you. Happy Monday. So sorry, just trying to catch up here, making sure I didn't miss anything. Also, I'm still on my backup computer right now. It's not exactly the greatest machine on the planet, I do have my primary machine. I literally just got back, but now I'll have to go through and set everything up as they had to replace my motherboard and wipe it clean, which was less than pleasant. Anywho, none of your concerns. Let's look around the rest of the market here. Or I shouldn't say rest of the market. Some other things I'm looking at. VKTX. Someone would say, gee, why would you look at that? And I would say, geez, let's get my drawing tool out. But before the drawing tool loads, got this yellow line or orange line here, excuse me, that I drew a while ago. And it intersects here with this yellow line. That's the earnings. And we could see we ran up to this line off this gap here, and we really kind of just bounced under it or around it for a couple of days. And we broke through it, came back, tested it, moved up, tested it again here. We get the drawing tool out now, and really made a nice move off of it here. And so now we're past earnings here. We've got a red bar ignore on the daily chart. I don't scan red bar ignores, but I'm certainly going to pay attention to them when I see them. And so we're sitting here at this level that seems to be a big deal. Also, you can see here, this is drawings that I put way long ago, how this line here is a huge deal at 830, give or take. And now look right here where we're at. We're bouncing around on this resistance back from 2019. So again, for all my efficient market hypothesis fans out there, I love an explanation why this happened if price is random, Price has memory. I don't care what anybody says. Why does price have memory? Because human beings have memory. That's why. And price is nothing more than a reflection of humans and their emotions and their memories. So anyways, with that said, if we can get over this $11 range here, I'm really interested in this. It's a pharmaceutical, so I don't know about holding positions overnight. I assume, or I would surmise, most of you understand why my hesitance in that would exist. If not, if you do have a serious question about why holding pharmaceutical and biotechs are dangerous overnight, just pop that into the chat down there and I'll go over it. If not, I'm going to spare us the details and time on that. So with all that said, there may be, several day trades over the next week, 2 weeks, month, 3 months. I don't know, but there may be several day trades of this stock in my future, as there's most certainly room above 11 all the way up to, I'd say, this 15 level here. And now I'm going to throw out there, it doesn't mean that it's just going to run up to there. I think 1150 could be an issue. $12 will without question be an issue, and $12.50 and $13 and so on and so forth, because these are all psychological numbers to human beings, the 50 cents and the dollar numbers as far as stocks, especially under $20 go anyways. We start to move into 30 and 40 and $50 range. 50 cents doesn't matter as much. Whole dollars will still continue to matter. As the price goes up and as you start to get away and break away into these really larger price ranges, you're going to find those resistance ranges on whole numbers or resistance numbers on whole numbers start to spread a little more. All of a sudden you get into $2 and $5, you start to move into stocks that are, several $100s. You start to look at $10 and things like that. Anyways, so that this is something I'm going to put on my liked list. It's not there right now. I don't know why I didn't have it there. I'm gonna keep an eye on this one here. And you see I've got a price alert here. My one concern is this right now. There's not a lot of interest in it. 700,000 shares traded on days. Okay on liquidity. It's not bad, to this point in the day. But on the volume here, whenever I say liquidity, I mean total shares traded. That's where I would more reference liquidity. Volume, I'm going to reference relative volume or your intraday volume metrics, 1 and 5 minutes, so on and so forth, especially for our intraday traders out there. Those are where I'm going to look at if there's interest there, because I don't want to be trading something that there's just no interest in whatsoever unless I'm really convicted into the chart. I'm really a believer in that. But these are kind of things that I'm looking at and that matter a lot to me. So we'd see it just set off a price alert then. TOPS for my day traders out here. A lot of interest in that there. I didn't notice this coming through till it was like 205 or something like that on this spike here. I was obviously not going to go chase it as, moving averages were way back here. I'm not going to go running after this, but going to leave it on the radar. That's why I set a price alert here. We see this thing obviously can explode. It has done it many, many times over several years now. Probably go back to 2016 or 17 and see some similar stuff with this stock. It's done a gajillion reverse splits. So that's why you're going to see a ridiculous lifetime high like this right here. But it's a day trading vehicle. That's what I'm going to use it as. That's what I'm going to look at as. But it is also a very volatile day trading vehicle. And you don't want to be caught on these topping shadows. You want to be buying here when you think it's going to break out, and then you end up on this side of it. So very cautious on these ones here. But obviously huge volume, huge liquidity on it here. And going to keep an eye on it. That's for sure. Momo, China stocks were the high flyers this morning. KWeb's still sitting pretty high on there. FXI is pulled back a bit. Let me bring those up here. There's your KWeb kind of sitting here under this line now. This line I drew. I can't even tell you how long ago I drew this line. You see I had a lot of lines of interest here on the KWeb for the Chinese internet stocks. FXI, I don't have as many lines drawn, or any lines drawn to be there honest, but very similar looking here. Kind of come back under this level, running back into it here. So someone will say, Chris, why does the FXI and the KWeb matter to Momo? Or what's another one that I was looking at here? VIPs, VIP. Yes, there we go. I was looking at this as well today. And so someone would say, why do those matter? And because, you're not going to find these stocks breaking away too much without at least having some kind of support backing them in those two indexes, marking those two different Chinese indexes. So again, folks, if anybody has questions, please fire those away for me here. I'm just kind of droning on to the beat of my own drum. As I always say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. What else were we looking at today? TGTX, this one kind of a little all over. We've got this gap that it's trying to continue to fill into here. Beautiful rounded bottom base here. Again, it's a pharmaceutical, so this is something I'm really looking to more be in and out of and not hold overnight, but there's certainly enough interest as far as liquidity goes. Volume leaves something to be desired, but there's definitely enough to be in and out. We can see a nice move off that 18 break earlier in the day. Made a nice move off of this here and then pulled back. So just kind of watching this here now. Not a ton of interest in it, especially in the midday. So I don't want to be caught in a fake out here, a head fake. But definitely going to keep my eye on it here. So there's definitely room to run up towards these levels that are up above it. And like I said, plenty of liquidity. I would like to see more interest. I would like to see this at 1.5. That would be nice to see here, but I'm not going to ignore it based on that. So there goes VKTX a little bit, pulling away from 9 now, or pulling away from 11 here. Definitely got my eye on that here, but I don't want to jump the gun on it. It's got it's got this level right here, the high of the high of Thursday here, 811 and 1108. Excuse my dyslexia, and high of Friday 1105. So we're really battling at those levels right there. And throw that right up there around 1110. Just going to keep an eye on it. Again, the liquidity is okay on it. I wish this had like a 1.25, 1 1/3, 1.5 on the relative volume. Does the float not a concern to me? Is it a concern? No. Is it something I'm paying attention to? Of course, because that's what happens with these stocks, these low float stocks, is that the topping shadow I mentioned before, Peter. Let's drill down a little bit more. These topping shadows happen more often on a stock like this with that small float, because you're going to have unscrupulous individuals running this stock up, all right? And then, they've got large enough accounts, or there's a group of them doing that. And all of a sudden, as they see that they're not buying as much, but the stock continues to move up, they know that people are jumping in. They pull the ripcord with massive sell orders, and all of a sudden, there it goes. So I'm going to pay attention to that. Is it a concern to me? I don't know that I'd call it a concern, but I'm certainly going to be paying attention and watching it. And that's why I'm not going to chase something like this. I'm going to want to see it close a candle or two above $2. I'm going to want to see that this 8 EMA is caught up here, and maybe even this 20 SMA has closed the gap a bit. And if that never happens and this runs away, so be it. I'll have never gotten in the trade. It'll ran away without me. It is what it is. I'd rather miss out on the upside than participate on the downside. But I'm going to need to see this thing do some consolidation here, and these moving averages having caught up. And I'm going to want to see it above this $2 number, quite personally. This $2 number is going to be a big deal, or I believe it's going to be a big deal. So I'm going to need all the stars, moons, suns, planets, and anything else you can think of to line up for me to even consider getting in this stock whatsoever. But I'm not going to ignore it. I'm going to set the price alert and be patient about it without any question. Sorry, I don't like the way that single stock window is loading like that. I don't know why that's loading like that and this is loading like that. I know why. The lifetime high being 8 billion or whatever the heck it is, that ridiculous number. So, all right, VKTX continues to hang around up here. So anyways, I'm going to keep an eye on that. Let's see. What else was of interest to me today? Anything else? Sunrun Corp here. TAN is sitting nice right now. I drew these lines have been here maybe for years, to be honest, these two lines down here. So we've seen this has, again, made some runs up, pulled back. That was not an intended pun. Another move up here, pulled back, banging on this here. And look, we got the market on our side today. TAN is looking good here today. This area is my concern right now, but if it were to get up above this, this level here, I'm going to be interested in it. This one here, I'm more interested in possibly finding as a day trade that could turn into a swing trade, let's call it. Swing scalp, maybe. Price having memory. Trying to find things that maybe you're going to break a downtrend. So we've got this here. I'm guessing this is near or at an all-time high here. Going to coordinate with the TAN overall. Again, we pulled back. We never really gave up this level big time here. We continue to hang around there. Now, what I don't like, of course, is this here. We made the move down and we made a move up and a lower high. But then we did make a higher high and then a lower high and a lower high again. So, obviously going to be concerns, but, we can't let every concern keep us out of a trade at some point. We have to decide a risk plan on a stock. And if that risk plan seems to be a good risk and reward plan, and if we want to get into it, as of now, I'm really looking at it, like I said. Also, I kind of like this here, the symmetrical triangle that's going on in the shorter term here. So like I said, I'm going to watch it. I'm not jumping on anything. CPI is out tomorrow as well. I hate waiting on economic factors like that to be able to put a trade on. But I also just don't feel like getting whipsawed on things. Anyway, so that's something I'm looking at. For those of you that have been around here for a while, CRDO, I've been in this for a while. Anybody that's been around, if you've been paying attention on these live streams I've done on the last several Mondays, know that I've been in this. Let's see, as I've discussed several times before, on this move up here, it came on my radar. On this first breakout day, I got into it somewhere around here. On this move up, I was part of it. As we sold off here, I sold a large portion of it, added back in on this breakout again up here. So I'm just kind of sitting here. If we look at this stock relative to the rest of the market, the rest of the semiconductors, this thing is kicking butt compared to all the rest. It is not an old stock. It's a newer issue. So about a year old, a little more than a year old now. But as far as semiconductors go, this is outperforming most of the semiconductor sector, certainly most certainly outperforming the market overall. And anyways, so I'm kind of letting that work like that. And again, please, folks, if you have questions, fire those away for me. I'm trying to come up with reasonable items here to discuss with you. So there's VKTX back down here under that 1109 area. This is why I'm just not going to rush it. Again, I'd rather miss out on the upside than participate on the downside, especially given this market. A lot of head fakes, a lot of whipsaws. I lean bullish overall on the market right now, but I've been wrong a lot. And, you know, I could certainly be wrong again about anything. You know, we've broken this downtrend on the overall market here. You know, do we come back and test that downtrend before moving up? I have no idea, especially when I'm considering more and more swing trade positions like I have been, or a lot of the things that I'm looking at now, I'm looking at it more as a swing scalp where I want to take a really oversized entry based on a intraday move and then exit a huge portion of that entry on an intraday move up. So the idea behind what I'm thinking on several of these, including VKTX, is, you know, a large entry based on a day trade that moves up, but with a stop, an official stop way down on that. You know, another way I might play it is a scale into things as well. Could do that the opposite, start to scale in and add. And if I scale in kind of medium size during the day and it makes a move up, but I'm not convicted in that move, get out and close it that day, and then can keep it on the list moving forward as a day trade, or as a possible swing trade entry as well. Some different ideas and thoughts around the entries on these here. Basic question here: do alerts make sound, or is that a setting you have to set? Yeah, they make sound. Trying to think, Charles. I think you're on the what's the word I'm looking for here? The app, not the web version. Let me look in the back here, because we've had a back and forth, you and I, the other day. I want to say, forgive if I've got you confused with someone else. So many chats I do in a day. So yeah, you're on. I seen you've logged into the web. You're on the app. It looks like now. It doesn't look like you've been on the web since the 9th. So, all right, yeah, Charles. So on alert windows here, I don't have any alert windows open. Bear with me while I open an alert window here. Load from cloud. Let's see. So here's, I think we were talking about VWAP and crossing VWAP. So this is what I shared with you the other day. Now, obviously, a million things are coming through here. I can set this, and hopefully you'll be able to hear it. Properties, actions. Sorry, let me go slow. I apologize. Let me go slow. Oh, on the charts, you could set a price alert on the charts, Charles, and that'll give you a verbal alert. So let me get rid of this here. So here's my price alerts window, and I can. Let me turn my volume way up here for you to trigger it. So here's a price alerts that's set on my chart, and hopefully this is going to trigger. Maybe I need a more volatile stock. Who's someone that's moving around a lot more? Tops, are you moving around more?
VKTX.
Oh, there it goes. Could you hear that? Get that turned up even more here. Bear with me. So this would be the only way to do a chart, quote unquote, chart sound.
Tops.
So there you go. You know, so that would be the best way to do that. And to set a price alert on a chart, you know, right click, create a price alert. You can either go to the level you want to create it at, or you can just edit the price right up in here. You can leave yourself a note if you want. You know, or is it a long trade? Is it a short trade? Do you want the alert to be able to trigger after hours? The direction of the price movement, and then in here, if you wanted to right click it, you can go to columns, and you'll have all these lists. You know, here's the columns that you have selected. Here's the ones you can select from, and you just move them back and forth, left to right, by highlighting and clicking. And you know, you can arrange it that way. And then of course you can drag the columns the order that you want to have them in by grabbing the headers at the top and moving them around and size it and so on and so forth there. So that would be the best way to do, or the only way, I should say, a price alert or a sound alert regarding the charts. And price alerts, I live and die by price alerts. I mean, they're a huge part of my trading. And again, also so to set them here, to right click, go to actions, and make sure play sound is checked, and then go to sound setup, and you can select from the sounds in here, of course. We do have some custom sounds that you can select from that come with the software. If you go into there, you'll see like some Mad Money stuff and things like that. Not everything works for everybody. You're going to want to use WAV files, WAV files. Some things will work, some won't for whatever reason. That's all because that's all path through Windows. So there's usually a reason behind Windows where the pathing is being stolen by someone. If you're constantly having to check for a sound alert, well, first, after you make any changes on your layout, always save it. So if you make it, let's say, I've set things up or I've got my layout that I use each day, and then I made a tweak to that layout, whatever it is, be it sound or I changed a filter in one of the scans in the layout, always make sure to save it. So file, save layout is what I do. Your default layout that you're going to get on the load up of trade ideas is default _ layout, all capital like that. That's how that's done. But you could rename a layout too. Like you can see, I've got a whole bunch of different layouts in here for testing different things. So I've got the default layout that loads every day when I start trade ideas. But if I want to swap around to another layout, I just rename the layout when I'm making a change or creating a new layout and save it, and it lives there. And as long as you don't save it as default _ layout like this, it's an LTI file, then you won't have interrupted or saved over that. You can also save to the cloud file, save or share to cloud here, and you can click entire layout and label it whatever you want. You'll see how there's check marks go into all these here, and you can uncheck things you don't want in there maybe, and then save it like that as well. And then I always recommend having a backup to the cloud. So this way, you get a new computer, you just load from the cloud. There's your layout. If you're, lightning, God forbid, lightning strikes your house and fries your computer, something like that, you've got it saved in the cloud and it's always there for you. No worries on that. Building a layout is a process, and I've probably gone through. I'd be comfortable saying I've gone through 1,000 layouts in my years of using trade ideas. I'd really be comfortable with 1,000 layouts. Sometimes I changed a layout 2 or 3 times in a day. So those are things that I'd point anybody to, especially newer users, making sure you're in the habit of consistently backing things up to the cloud. It's there, use it. You can also back up just individual scans or individual windows. Also, something you might find helpful, Charles, is that let's say that you're building new alert windows. Whenever we go new an alert window, it always comes with a predefined set of things that are in here as a default. You may not like those things. You may have a setup that you want on default, or you may want it very blank on default. What you can do is when you go to new an alert window, let me start this from the beginning. And this might be helpful to more than one person. If you go new and alert window, we can see that this is a default that sets up for me that I set up like this. So go through and set up what are the columns I want on default. Is there exchanges I want on default? Are there any filters? Is there a specific alert I want selected on default? After you've done all that, then you can come to summary and you could name it default alert window or new alert window, whatever you want to call it. Press OK, and it'll give you that window that you set up with those default parameters. You're going to right click and go to save as default. And now every time you load a new alert window, that's what will load every time. And you can do that with top lists and charts and single stock windows. You do it literally anything that is, save as default. So for example, every time I load a new chart, if I go new and I go chart window, they load just like this every single time for me. BT happened to be what was the chart when I did this. But, every time as an 8 EMA and a 20 SMA, and I saved it as a 5-minute chart like that. And so you can do that same thing. And so every chart that you ever go to load will have those parameters every single time. It's a step saver, for those. I think a lot of people or a lot of traders use the same indicators across all time frames. And so this enables you to load just like that with those indicators, especially this way. If you're someone that wants volume on every chart, if you're someone that wants VWAP on every chart, add those indicators in there, save it as default, and every chart you open from there. And then it's simply, if you need to change the time frame, it's easy enough to change the time frame versus going in and changing the indicators and setting the periods every time and so on and so forth. Just a step saver, Can you alert? Maybe. I would say that if you want to do that, save that original as to the cloud as original default. So what I would do is I would go new and top list, for example, whatever it is, and in summary call it original default top list, and then press OK, and then save it to the cloud as that. And then if you ever wanted to go back again, load that one and then resave that, because every time you save as default, it will save over the prior default. So it's not saved somewhere within the software or within your folders to have that back like that. So you need to save it in the cloud as the backup like that, and it would live forever on the cloud until you can't save over something in the cloud. Actually, you can just save new ones at the cloud, and anything you save in the cloud will remain there until you actually delete it. And you could have inside the cloud, you could make 500 scans that are completely different and name them all exactly the same thing. They'll just have a timestamp to when they were saved. That will be the only difference between them. Even though there are actually 500 different scans, none of them do anything the same way. They could all have exactly the same name, and the only way to tell the difference between them is the timestamp and loading them and going into the configuration. Yeah, sure. On columns. So there's a couple of things here. So we'll just work right off this default top list here. Let me just widen that out a little bit. And if we go into configure, first we can see the columns that are here. And anything that's a column is going to be either something that's part of the scan as a default or something that you're using with a value in it. All right. And so you'll have this list over here. Then there's a few things that are going to be part of any alert window or top list always. The sector, industry, group, industry, sub-industry, all that like that. Also, actually, let me bring up an alert window because I think this is actually important to share an alert window here. File load from cloud. Some random alert window. All right, something that I was messing around with here. On alert windows, there's also these here because alerts have some different filters built into them. Not all of them, like new high, for example, or this channel breakout has a filter. But if we go to selected alerts, you can see this here. These are alert specific filters, same with cross above resistance. So if we go into column, you're actually going to see this quality filter here that is based on the alert, and same with description here. So if I add those two, it's going to actually tell you a little bit about the alert here that went off. So here's the type of alert, and here's what the quality and description of the alert are in here. So now, we can take these, and I can just take the header and I can move them around like this and order them however I want, and widen them or lessen them. There are some limitations to how big or small you can make a column. You can turn off some of those limitations by going to tools, options, layouts. Yeah, and here under data grids, under layouts, you can see auto size columns. You could turn that on or off, and you could ignore minimum column sizes as well. Those are things that you can do, so you can really get them small. To each their own. Again, there are going to be some quote unquote practical limitations on that. And then in the configure here, if you want to get rid of columns, like I said, you can come to the column tab and start to select and move them back and forth, left to right, so on and so forth. Then if there's a column that you don't see but you want added, there may be a data that you want to see. You don't want to scan on it, but you just want to know the data. Come into search, find that whatever it is, short float, short growth, days to cover, whatever it happens to be, and you can click on it and you see how it's highlighted and go show column. and then it'll be here, and you can see how it's in here under this, and press OK, and voila, there it is. So, I went fast. I'm going to make sure I read back and see, put a few other things in here, make sure I'm covering what you're asking. Default scan. Yeah, we went over that. I'm glad you went into settings. Can you touch on columns? How I can change the order of what's displayed? So I think we covered that. Just click and drag. Click, hold, and drag. We can change the order like that, right? But once you select one, how do you move it so it'll pick up what is in what location? I'm not sure I understand the last question, Charles, so well. Once you select one. Gotcha. Okay, so I think I've covered everything that you were asking. If I didn't, okay, good. That was done in settings. All right, perfect. So I think I got you covered on all those bases. Yep, exactly. Done after. Exactly. Perfecto. Move that out of the way. Excellent. Cooking with fire here. There's VKTX. Sorry, I just want to circle back here. Why I'm just not going to run right into anything that doesn't have the volume backing behind it. There we go. All right. How do I delete alerts not used? So if we go in, we go into the configure for the alerts, go to selected alerts and just uncheck that, and that's it. And you'll press OK. For the filters, just go into the filters, delete the value of the filter, press OK, and you're done. It's gone. Or edit the value of the filter, and that's it. It's gone. It'll no longer work on those items. And on the filters, if you want to get, once you've deleted things, you can go to hide unused. Now, what will not hide is if you have a column that's selected here in the columns, that's part of the scan, it won't get rid of that in a Windows specific filter. So you got to delete the column out of there. You got to take the column and move it from this side to this side to be able to get rid of there. Same thing in the selected alerts. Click hide unused, bang, gone. And then on symbols list, just in case you get into symbols list, it's a little different. If you right click a symbols list, you can remove it. Right click it, remove list. That's how you can remove all those different items just like that. And they seem to stay once you add them. Yeah, that's what we're here for, you know. I'm gonna be honest. Not too often I'm getting asked these questions, so I'm really happy you're asking these. You know, these are, number one, it's always nice to have a user that really kind of gets the software on levels that you already get it on. And then I know these are like the little things that aren't always intuitive. So I love being able to, you know, a user like you that I think has really grasped the power of the software already, getting these little humps that aren't intuitive, making sure you get these so you can really configure things and nail into what you're trying to get out of the software. Now, I always go into, do we have everything for everyone? No, of course not. There's always going to be something that someone wants or some new indicator, something like that that's going to go on that you know, we may not be quote unquote up to speed on. But I think we've got a lot of workarounds that work pretty well for stuff. And, you know, you're never going to be able to eliminate everything you dislike from a scan, but you can certainly start to nail things down into giving you the quality of stuff you're really looking at. So Peter Smith, Investopedia tells me compare 20 period SMA to 100 period SMA. I don't see that as an option on day charts. Well, you just have to add those moving averages, Peter. So, let me bring up a new chart. And again, you know, this is going to be based on what you want to look at. You know, Investopedia, you know, it'd probably tell you the same thing with 1,000 other items. But you're, you know, saying in daily here. So if you want to add, you know, that SMA first, let's go in. So up here, here's our add remove indicators. Let's remove what I got on there because we don't want that. We don't want them. Let's start fresh. All right. Now let's go to add. And you said SMA, right? So let's look for moving averages, simple moving average. We're going to set the period here. So you said 100. So let's give 100. There we go. And let's give it a color. We're going to set that color to, I don't know, this red always shows up well. So there, I've set that color. Oops. And we're going to add it now. So look, we see moving averages, SMA. We've modified the color. We have set the period to 100 periods, right? Because we're looking at, that's what we're looking at on day charts, because that's what you said. I'm going to click add, and bang, there it is, right? I didn't remove that EMA apparently. All right, so there's our 100 SMA. Now we're back on SMAs again, and we're gonna leave it at a blue. And you set a period. The period's already set to 20, so I don't have to change anything else. There's my period. Click add, bang. And now I have a 20 period and 100 period right on those charts. And however you want to compare them and how you want to interpret and use that data, obviously, beauty's in the eye of the chart holder. When you say pivot scan, and of course, Peter, if you have more questions on that, let me know. But that's, the gist of, that's how you'd add a 20 period and a 100 period to those right there, to those charts, to any chart. These support sessions are recorded. They'll go up sometime when this full stream stops later in the day. You could rewind right now. You could go back and rewind this live here, Stan. But later in the day, it'll go on our YouTube channel. Let me find and get up YouTube here. Bear with me a moment. Excuse me while I cough. So if you're on our YouTube channel here and you go to live, you're going to see really long sessions on here. Look, 6 hours, 6 hours, 25 minutes, 6 hours and 20 minutes, whatever it is. These will be those. So this will go up later. You can see this is live right now, and you can just kind of fast forward. So I started at noon Eastern. Bear usually starts us at 9 o'clock Eastern. So you can just use that time frame on the hours to scan through. So, if we're starting at 9 Eastern, 10, 11, 12. So 3 hours into the session here of the recording session, you're going to fast forward to, 3 hours into it, and you're going to come across these live streams here just like that. Now back to Charles here. And again, if I go over something too fast, please let me know. We can always circle back on it, or I could get, drill more into it if you have more questions or anything like that, both Peter and Stan. So when you say pivot, when I hear pivot, this is what I'm thinking of. When I search, I go to pivot. I'm thinking these pivot filters here. Is that what you're referencing, Charles? Because I know you were looking at, when you're saying 0.15 and 0.1, I keep that going back to I think you were having the VWAP, as we mentioned before, and then with SMAs. Are you using that minus 0.15 and 0.15 for the pivots? Okay, yeah, so these ones here. What I always suggest to people is this: when you go to build any scan, start really, really basic at first, all right? Especially with the filters. So I'm going to open a new alert window. I'm going to bring that over, and let's go with pivot here. Because if you go too specific with anything, if not just too specific, like if you start to build a scan and you just throw in like 10 filters in it right away, all with values, and then you just hit OK, odds are you're going to see very little to nothing right away. And then the second part of it is if you try to go too narrow on the values you give the filters, you might not see anything right away. So what I would suggest is start with whichever pivot it is. For this example, I'm just going to use distance from R2 here, and I go add filter. All right, I'm going to give this, let's say, I don't know, let's go with a -1 and a 1 for right now. I'm going to hide unused to clean this up. All right. And you can start with some basic stuff, obviously looking at a price range. I'm going to just put 4, not going to cap it. I'm going to leave that wide open on this side, and maybe some volume. I want to see something traded 500,000 shares on the day, at least 500,000 shares on the day. And I'd start here just like that. All right. And I've got crossed above resistance as a selected alert. You could also start this as a top list. So you don't even need a selected alert. You could just see stocks that only meet the filters first. And then you could circle back to a selected alert later. I'm going to leave that like this for now. And let's just take a look at what happened here so far. And sorry, I'll bring that from another screen. And that's what we got. Now let's run the history on this today and today. And so we can see here a good amount of alerts have come through, but not so many that it's actually filled this out, actually. So we can go back to the whole day's worth of trading so far, it looks like. And this is what's kind of come through. And we can start to go through some of these alerts and see if there's things that we like or don't like on here. I'm going to tease something. This is not coming anytime in the very near future, but it is coming in the near future. New chart. Because I know people want to have pivots on their charts. We're doing it. It's coming. It's coming. I swear it's coming. If I go to use browser interface, you guys don't have access to this yet, but you will. You will, I promise. I got to find where this is. Pivot points. Bang. Here we go. There's pivot points coming on charts in the not too distant future. So now we could actually scan on this here with R1 and R2, and we can find them here on charts. It's coming. I swear it's coming. How soon is it coming? I don't know. You know, the devs are working on it. I can promise you there's one individual that his sole purpose in his trade ideas life on the dev team is this right now. And there's another individual who's working this and another end that has to tie into this at the same time. So this is coming. Also, fibs are coming. There's Fibonacci's are coming. There's other stuff. Ichimoku's coming. So there's other stuff that's coming as well. But that's what I would suggest to you, Charles, is start with a wide universe of things that can meet the scan, then start to narrow it down. And I would also probably suggest for you, start with topless first. All right. And then here's a really cool trick with topless, right? So let's get a top list up here. And then Peter, I see your question. I'm going to circle to you in 1 minute. So let's start with a top list, just like what we created here. Here's, $4. And let's give this a wider range. Let's go with -2 to 2% here just for fun. And change from close. We want to see stuff that's also up 1% from the change from close. And let's go with 1 million shares traded on this today. I want to make this slightly different here, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right. And test pivot, we're going to call this. All right, we're going to call this test pivot, and we press OK. And so here's that scan test pivot, right? Now I want to move this over to an alert window after I said, all right, I like what I got coming through here. Now I want to test it as an alert window. I can right click, come to collaborate, copy what's in that window. Now I can take any alert window at all, whether it's a brand new alert window or one I've been working on, and I can right click and come to collaborate here. I'm going to erase what's in here, and I'm going to paste the collab link from here and press OK, and bang. Now it's not going to have a selected alert. It's going to use what's called a heartbeat function. Heartbeat function is a very old function. It's a placeholder. It existed before Topless did. It sends out pulses every 5 minutes and brings back stocks that meet the criteria of the thing. But it's not a universal pulse to all stocks. The way it actually works is that we used to not have data at 4 o'clock in the morning because of the way our overnight process works, that we can have live data. There's a reason why we have live data the way we do and other folks do not. Obviously, I cannot go back into all the backstory of that because we would be here all day if I did, and there's probably proprietary stuff in there I can't talk about. With that said, the function used to start that at 4 o'clock in the morning, a group of stocks would send the pulse out to start the data for the day. And then at 4 o'clock and 1 second a.m., the next group of stocks would pulse out. And then the next group of stocks would pulse out. And then the next group of stocks would pulse out. And so that's why it's not just a 5-minute pulse. It's a 5-minute based on groups of stocks. And what those groups of stocks are is behind the scenes stuff that even I've never gotten into. So the heartbeat, if we come into the configure here, is just a placeholder, but we need something to trigger the filters, right? This heartbeat was long ago replaced by the topless refreshing every 30 seconds. It still holds some value to old traders that have been using trade ideas since, probably 2005, 6, 7, 8, and they still use it. They're successful traders. They've been around for 10, 15 plus years. We're obviously not going to remove that function on them, but I don't think it really bodes any great function in today's day and age. But again, because we went from a top list to an alert window, we needed something there. Now that we've got all this stuff over here, look, All of my stuff from the top list is now here. This was 500,000 before. Now it's 1 million. We didn't even have a change from close in there. Now we got a 1. Before we put this as -1 and 1. Now it's -2 and 2 based on this top list that we sent over like that. And now you can start to, this is where we went over the other day, Charles, where I said, select a bunch of alerts at first. Just get them all in there. See what's coming through. And then say, I don't like anything coming through this alert type. Let me get rid of that alert type, and so on and so forth. You peruse through, there's tons of them there. You know, whether you want to use standard deviation, you want to use a channel breakout, or you want to use high relative volume alert or 1 minute volume spike, so on and so forth. Put a bunch of them in there. Add alert, throw a check mark in there, throw a check mark, and then go okay and start to go through and watch and observe and get rid of things and say, nope, you know what? I didn't, in my selected alerts, this isn't working. Let me get rid of that. I don't like this one. Let me get rid of that. And just like that. So hopefully, I think we kind of covered as far as trying to get you what you're looking for in the pivots. So like I said, on that pivot, widen that range out a little bit, loosen up some of those filters, get rid of some filters, and then start to add them. As you add filters, give those filters a wide range, then narrow them as stuff is coming through and say, I don't like that. That's too wide. You know, so on and so forth. Now, Peter, I was trying to write it all down. Where get started to add the 100 SMA? Yeah. So again, here, Peter, let's, let me get rid of this stuff here that I got all going on. Sorry, let me set a timer. Just want to be ready for when Mr. Barry comes back. So I have my earphones in, so I won't be able to hear him. Let me get rid of that old chart. So again, Peter, if you got a chart out, if you want a daily chart, the first thing you do is this, Peter, all right? So up here, we're going to look at this area right here. We got the clock, you know, it's a timer, clock, whatever. Click on that. And you can see here, 1 minute all the way up to monthly. We want a daily chart. Bang. So now we're on a daily chart, right? And then our indicators is this kind of squiggly line here that kind of looks like a moving average moving up or something like that, all right? So we're going to want to click on that. Bang. Now we've got our indicator window here. Unfortunately, I can't make this any bigger, but they go in alphabetical order. We want moving averages, right? So we're going to find the M's. Here we are on the M's. We want an SMA, so moving average, SMA. Click on that. And now we can see here, we want to make a color for it, right? Sorry, bear with me 1 second while I get rid of my old moving averages. All right. So now we want to make a color for it. So this is going to default to a 20 period load. At least for me, it does. But you want a 20 period. So let's just pretend that 700 was there to start with. Well, we don't want a 700 period moving average. We want a 20 period moving average. We put it, color blue looks good. Add. Now look, if we look on my chart in the background, there's no moving averages right now. Watch when I press add. Bang. Here's our blue line now, right? And now we're going to stay on moving averages, but we also want a 100 moving average. So we set the period to 100, but we don't want it to be the same color, right? We want to tell the difference. So we're going to go click modify color, set color. There it is, red. I like the red. It looks nice. Shows up well. We've set the color. We press OK. And now we've got the color. We've got the period. We press add and bang. There's the red. There's the blue. 20, 100. And there are moving averages. Barry trade of the week has reached the buy point. Still looking pretty good, holding my position. You know, I didn't look at that this morning. I've been head down all day long. Let's see. Barry. B-E-R-Y. Not to be confused with our fearless leader, Barry, B-R-R-I-E.
In fact, I heard my name and I thought, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so I'm going to guess what Steve was looking at.
Chris doesn't have me on yet.
Is you've got a stock here. It's made this nice kind of move here, caught the 20 SMA, pulled back to that 20 SMA, and is making a nice move up. I did not look at the email that Steve sent out for it, but I would suspect that something is involved with that 20 SMA. Earnings are behind us. We had a nice run up. We had a nice pullback. I don't even know who the stock is. What do they do? Plastic product manufacturing. Okay, so this, I don't know if there's a theme behind that or not with this, but $60 is a big deal on this, right? Just going to throw this line right there. And how did I know that was going to be a big deal? Just like magic. How do I know? And why do I think it's a big deal? Here and here and here and here and here and here and all through there. $60 is a really big deal going back well over a year now. Rare, very, very big deal. So yeah, it's a nice looking chart. Yeah. I have anything negative to say about it? Any trade could work, any trade could not work. Obviously, if he's going to look at different risk areas, risk parameters, that rising 20 SMA. That's something definitely to keep an eye on here. I know Steve also likes that 20 SMA as a backdrop on swing stops. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was what was used in this here. I will be parting you folks momentarily here. Get my earphones in so when Barry comes back in, I'm ready for him. So beauty's in the eye of the chart holder, all that kind of stuff like that. Depending on how aggressive or not aggressive or what your risk appetite is, how you share size and stop on something like this. I'm just going to drill in a little closer here on this daily chart. At $60 is a big level here. $3 is a huge stop for some people. Other people, it's not. Guy that's got a $10 million account, risking $3 per share probably isn't a big deal to him. A guy that's got a $10,000 account, can't imagine they're going to be risking $3 per share. But again, this is why there is no universal one size fits all for anything that we do here in this world we call risk management. Let's see. All right. No other questions currently coming in. FSLY has been on the scan all morning long, all day long. Just trying something different with a race. I don't know how crazy I am with it, and I really, honestly, haven't paid too much attention to it. But this has just been grinding higher all day long on a 5-minute chart. But it's just grinding on that 8 EMA. Yep, look at that, grinding on that 8 EMA once it caught it here. So let's see. They've got earnings coming up post-market in a couple of days. Volume or liquidity, huge liquidity, 20 million shares traded to this point in the day, doing 16.16 times what it's normally doing to this point in the day. Again, for those that don't know, relative volume look back is generally 30 days. If the stock trades extremely thin, the algorithm will try to look back further for more volume so it has something to base it on. So, it's got some kind of internal working behind it that can look back further if it's a stock. Let's say it's a stock that trades, 10,000 shares a day or, 30,000 shares a day for the last, 35 days. But then, 40 days ago, it had some reason that it was jacked up in volume for a couple of days. The algorithm may, quote unquote, reach back to that time period on top of what it's got now for some reference. How and why that works, I have no idea. I don't code things. I won't pretend. I just know that it exists. Try to always give everybody as much information as I can on these items. So they can use them and leverage them to the best of their trading ability. So VKTX ran out of steam up here so far. Keep this. I swear, didn't I put a like symbol on this before? Maybe I did.
Monsieur Varley, comment ça va?
I think it's going well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is the correct answer to that French question, yes.
And it's basically, in Spanish, the same thing, you use va, go, the same thing. How's it going?
Yeah, it's amazing. French and Spanish. It's there are obviously differences, but if you know one, you've probably got a lot of common words in the other.
Absolutely. I've found from some different folks that I worked with from Italy over the years. Same thing with Italian. Although with Italian, it's like Spanish and Italian, they're either right on that they're almost exactly the same, or they couldn't possibly be any different for the words.
Right. And then there's Portuguese and Spanish.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, Portuguese is often to its own. I attempted to learn Portuguese years and years ago, and I probably didn't give it its full effort.
Hey, that berry's not bad, you know. I heard you, and I didn't realize you were talking about the stock, and I thought I heard my name, but yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, on the 62, 65 break, 63 now, I can see exactly why Steve looked at it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you look at the high up here on the daily chart, 66.31, so it's got a little bit of room to run to that high. So yeah,
I mean, earnings
not
are behind it for rocking the boat. Obviously, gapped up on those earnings. It's filled that gap. So, it gives you some pretty, gives you different sets of very defined risk management tools depending on your time frame and, again, your risk appetite. I don't know if you were in when I was discussing that. Look, I'm looking at that $60 level there. Now, if I had a $10 million account, risking $3 per share, probably something I'm more apt to do with $10 million that I can trade with. Versus if I've got a $10,000 account, I'm not going to risk $3 per share. At least I can confidently say for myself, a $10,000 account, there's 0% chance I'm risking $3 per share. But again, beauty in the eye of the chart holder and the accounts that we have to trade and realistic like that. But there's many different realistic risk metrics that we could say the bottom of Friday, or $60 again, or using today's intraday bottom as a low, or different ones are rising. That rise, I'm gonna guess, I didn't read the email from Steve, but I would guess that 20 SMA is factored in there for something with the stop. He likes.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I didn't read the entire email. Just looked at the price to get in. My OCUL is doing a great. It's just surprised me. Now I don't have as much left. I mean, I did take it out a couple of times. But that area, if you look at the weekly chart, 541 was the area I thought it might stall, and it's above that now. And again, if you look left on the weekly chart, 633 is the next high. So this is, it's got lots of. It actually had. I know you don't read the news, but it had news about its I think it's drug or whatever. It's an eye drop or something like that. But also it had a big upgrade. With a $12 price target. These price targets, you take it with a grain of salt, of course, but some of them are just, look at FSLY today. I usually don't care about Bank of America putting price targets on these things, but the only reason I can see it's moving is because Bank of America put a $16 price target on it.
It's interesting. I was mentioning that just before he came in, that I've seen it on the races a bunch today. I wasn't going to go running right after it, as it was, quite extended for a while there. But I was curious what had it running, because its earnings are on the 15th on the post market.
It's ahead of earnings, on the 15th. So Bank of America, I guess they must know something, Chris.
I'm sure.
Oh, it's 102. Goodbye.
The next meeting I head to isn't one of my favorites to do, but then again, I don't think there's any meetings I enjoy. So this is really the only meeting I really enjoy at any point, is meeting with you.
Okay, well, if we're going to slurp each other, and you too, Chris.
Well, you know what I like? I like talking trade. Whenever you're ready to take the screen, and I'll jump out of here. I like talking charts and trading and the software and things like that's what I like. I don't like all the other stuff. I get it's necessary for us to run a business here. I just don't like doing any of that stuff.
Well, it's more fun. I mean, there's no question about it, because it's instant. Look at this, look at this, look at this. It's instant stuff to look at, and it's kind of fun for sure.
And it's, for whatever reason, once I got into looking at reading charts, however many years ago it was like, for some reason, it just really interests me and hooks it. When I'm bored at night, I don't know what I'm doing, dinner's been made and everything's cleaned up, I just start going through a lot of charts. My daughter asks me all the time, why are you going through more charts? It's like, I just like to look at charts and draw lines on them. She's like, do you buy all those stocks? I said, I probably buy less than 1% of the charts that I look at, but I just like doing it. I don't know.
Well, the more chart, as you know, Chris, the more charts you look at, the better you'll become at chart reading. I mean, it sounds obvious, but I mean, that's what it really is all about. Now, people can look at charts and not understand what they're seeing over and over and over again, which is not good, of course. So you have to have an idea about, okay, I've clicked on this chart. what should I be looking for? You know, if you just click on charts that, over
Yeah.
and over and over again, it just becomes a blur and you're not really doing anything. You know what? It reminds me so much when I used to golf. And you get on the driving range, and if you're just hitting shots blindly, without really
Mhm.
figuring, okay, this is what I'm trying to do with this, say, particular club. But if you're just getting out there and whacking balls, and you know
Mhm.
what, you could spend 3 hours on the range and get nothing done.
Yeah, I tell the kids the same thing in batting practice, and don't get up there and just hack at it.
Yeah.
Get yourself set. Think about the fundamentals of what you're doing.
What are
The
you
same
trying to
thing in
do?
this. At the beginning of looking at charts, throw some indicators on there. What do you notice about those indicators? Are there any indicators you don't like, or you don't understand, or you don't see a reason for them? Get rid of those.
Mhm.
Bring in a new set of indicators. That was the beginning of chart reading for me. And then,
Right.
at some point you'll settle on some. They may not be the ones you settle on for the rest of your life, but you'll settle on some and then start going through more and more charts with those. And how do you see price react to these indicators? Are you seeing price react to those indicators? And then, then a star is born.
A star is born. And that's the birth of Chris Farley.
Exactly. So,
Okay, my friend, I will take
I
over
will-
now because I'll get back into the other two rooms. So
of course,
until next week. Oh no, I think next week is that President's Day for you guys?
President's
Monday?
Day next Monday, the 20th.
Yeah, so so I'll miss you. It'll be 2 weeks before we talk.
Whenever there's a market holiday, Barry, I'm the odd man out.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, my friend, I'll take over the stream right now.
Perfect. Sounds great. All right, Barry. Thank you everybody for popping in, and we'll catch you on the next one. Take care, everybody. Bye.
All right, guys, I am now in all the rooms. So yeah, I was just talking about the OCUL while I was on my break. Now I don't have as much left, obviously. I've taken a couple of pieces out along the way, but boy, oh boy, just talking to Chris about it, and that 543 was a key number right there on that 541, excuse me, key number. I mean, I suppose there's an argument to be made. 633 is the next high. I'm not saying it's getting there, but this should be watched tomorrow, especially if it closes well. Closing well, meaning it doesn't. We're at 549 right now. You wouldn't want to see it go down below 5 and into the 4s again. So if this kind of closes well, this could have continuation. Oh my goodness, guys! I was talking about this CJJD earlier. It was right around here. Wow, this showed up on my 10-day daily breakout at 610. I was on my break, so I did not see this. 1235, 610, $7. I mean, that's just a great, great move percentage-wise. And that is from my 10-day daily breakout. Nothing in the 10-day daily breakdown today. And you might say, well, how could there be? Market's up. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. But today, there's nothing on the 10-day daily breakdown. And then you get, look at this CING. Look at this. Pops up to 130 and right back down to 1. Yeah, the spread was terrible. For a $1 stock, it was terrible. It's 111, 127. I mean, it's terrible. It showed up on a scan, so that's why I ended up clicking on it, but I mean, it is terrible. So let's just take a look at how this performed today, the 10-day daily breakout. Now remember, this DR refers to don't repeat. So I'm only going to see the alert the first time it happened. Here's the price, here's the time, and here's the price. In this window on the side of it, this will show me every time the stock made a new high if it makes a new high. Now I know DDL did not do well. DDL 615. Yeah, so and then it just very surprising actually, because I don't think KWeb created like this, but this was an earnings play, so no go for that one. But obviously for the OCUL, the first alert 486 at 946. We're tacked on $1 from there. Tops, I don't know how much more I got over 2. Probably not too much more. Yeah, not too much more. This one, of course, FSLY 1233, and at 12, the high was 1299. And then this one, CJJD 610, and got up to $7. And again, these are ideas. Remember, these are not when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade. But these are ideas, and so far, half of them worked out extremely well in terms of percentage moves. Okay, Charles, I see you had a question. My top list is not working for 200 SMA. Is there a way I could, when you say it's not working, what is not working in theory? Well, OCUL guys is making another attempt. Boy, market could not see this coming. You know, look at the OCUL, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ahead, and we're just moving down. Held that level here, that 390 level on the daily chart, and then news and the big price target put on it. And as I said, before I got out of this Sono trade, once it got into the 90s, I was short this one. Once it got into the 90s, I got out of it. So I took a little loss on that. Okay, XPON. Yes, XPON just showed up in my 10-day daily breakout. Now the next high looking left is 396 on the weekly, 374. It's a buy that. 340. It's buy that, of course. 390. Yeah, so I think it's got to get through three now. I think it's got to get through 4 for it to really keep running, guys. Yeah, I'm just looking at that now. If I can get through 4, the next high is 425. That may stop it, but if it doesn't, then the next high is 472, and that is for XPON. I don't like that, guys, but XPON, it popped up and came right back down. This is a little bit like the OCUL, maybe waiting for the second break of 4 of the whole number before hopping into it. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, CJJD. That was like a radio station. CJJD. Next high looking left. 760. I'm not in this one, unfortunately. But guys, if you have my 10-day daily breakout, argument to be made, just follow these stocks. Doesn't mean you take every trade, but see how they set up. You don't get too many alerts over the course of the day. And of course, you'll see it also here. You can see it in the race as it's moving higher, 4.5% since that race started. Probably a low float. Yeah, I don't have the, okay, I've got to. Yeah, of course, it's a low float, 2.29 million in the float. Okay, give me one moment, please. Okay, well, check out that XPON, guys. See how it got rejected at 4? What I do on the XPON, I would just set an alert right around 4, see if it takes it out later on. Meanwhile, CJJD just continues to move higher here. I mean, this is pretty risky, guys, but Tigo is making signs again. TIGO, what's the spread like on that Tigo now? TIGO. For it, it's not bad. For it, 2017, 2030, I've seen way worse. Meanwhile, OCUL, wow. Wish I'd obviously kept most of it, but I'm okay. All right, guys, what I think I'll do right now, it's 1:21. I'm going to do my video. Won't take me too long. Let's see, okay, just a minute. What is it now, 1:21? Let's say 1:31 or so. Okay, guys, so I will mute myself now. Okay, guys, I'm now back. Just give me a moment as I get rid of that announcement. Do I have any alert scan strategy using RSI that I can share? I don't, terrible. I don't actually have anything that, I mean, I have some, well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I mean, you're looking for, like Zach's bouncers and toppers are based on high and low RSIs. You can take a look at that, I suppose. Let me just make sure of that. Yeah, okay, so you can take a look at this, okay? This is on my homepage. These are potential bounce plays, and you can see right here, why is it a potential bounce play? Because the RSI is under 15, other filters in place. And then the topping, configure, and at least 85. So now, but I'm going to tell you right now, trying to play tops and bounces, not easy. I don't, and I think you're kind of a new trader, but that is something that looks at the very low RSI versus a very high RSI. Okay, and you can have that. That is in my homepage. Just give me a moment. You know what? Just because a stock has a high RSI doesn't mean it's going to drop. Conversely, if one has a low RSI, doesn't mean it's necessarily going to bounce. Okay, so if you do click on my link, my homepage link, this is what you'll see at the beginning. Scroll down until you get to the scan section. Click here, and there they are, Zach's bouncers and toppers. Okay, and you can take a look at. You can kind of see the types of alerts you're getting. Okay. Right there. Well, the new high will work at any time. Doesn't matter if the stock is down 70 or 100% or 300% for the day. If it makes a new high for the day, you'll get a trigger. It only looks at what the high of the day. Yeah, OCUL again. Wow, what a, I have enough left that this is, still reasonably exciting for me, especially if it gets over 6. Yeah, so the new high works. I mean, as long as it makes a new high for the day, it'll work. Doesn't matter if the stock is down for the day. So in other words, let's say it opened, the opening print was way down here, gap down. That's the opening print, at $4. Well, if it starts to climb, then that's a new high for the day, right? Just looks at the high of the day. And if it makes a new high for the day, you get a trigger. It doesn't matter if the stock is down a lot. Make sense? So we don't have an RSI increase, okay? So you cannot, you can run a race on the RSI increase, okay? But we don't have, the RSI is a filter as used in an alert window, okay? So in other words, if you'll see everything where the RSI is over a certain number or below a certain number. In other words, you're not going to get an alert, say the RSI is at 50 and you want to get an alert when it's at 60. No. Now, a race will kind of show you that, an increasing RSI. I can show you where you can find that if you want. It's one of the channels we actually have. Look at this market. Okay, so you would have to, now passing the 30 level may not be the, you may not see that. But let me see if I can even attempt to create one like that. I'm going to create a new top list. Always starts from a top list. And I will start from scratch, load the settings. So high relative volume. Okay, so I mean, that's subjective, of course, but let's just start off with 3, okay? And let's do the volume today. Let's make sure it's, I don't know, 300K minimum, okay? Let's get the price between, I don't know, 1 and 50. I'm just, you can, of course, adjust all this. So there's their summary. Prices between 1 and 50. The volume is at least 300,000 shares. The current volume is at least 3. Okay, now, in order to run a race on RSI, and I have no idea how this will look because I've never done this one, but you have to have the columns. So first of all, let's get the volume, let's get the columns over here. So RSI on what time period? We got a 1 minute. Okay, we have 1 minute RSI, 2 minute, 5, 16, 15, 60, and daily. No, yeah, I don't, which time period do you want? 30? Don't have 30. Pick one we have. Okay, pick one that we do have. Okay, 15. All right, so we're going to add the column. I'll just name this RSI. Hopefully this is going to, if it doesn't work, then somebody else, one of the other traders, maybe they've got something like this, but we'll see. Let me get rid of, okay, I don't think we need the company name. It's just too cluttered. All right, now we can to launch the race. Now, if you want it to be passing the 30 level, okay, so we probably add one filter and let's make it a minimum of 20, okay? Because right now, yeah, so let me, probably want to have a minute of max actually. Okay. Where are you? 15, okay. I'm just going to see how this works, okay? 20 and 40. I'm just going to put 20 and 40, the min and the max. Okay, now, okay, you can see right there. Here are all these stocks. Now, typically they will be underwater because that's a low RSI. So typically they will be negative for the day, which makes sense. Now I'll run a race on it. Launch a race. And again, this is up to you. I hope this is going to, this is not working. This is, I've got a bug here, guys. That's all I can say. I should have, no, I understand. I'm trying to help, but I have a bug here. It's not letting me, this development version. What should happen now? It should stay here, you see, and it's not staying here. Pepe, are you around? You see what's happening, right? And I want to be able to make the change right there, but it's not staying there. Okay, so I'm trying to adjust this. I'm trying to launch a race. Okay, launch a race. And here it is over here. Okay, so I get it that the race starts. I get it. Now I want to stop the race, like always. Stop it and then right click. Stop it, right click, show the race setup. I can stop it here, but it's not staying here. This is a bug I've got. I am sure this is not happening for you. Because what I want to do is, I have a default race set up, and so that's what it's defaulting to, and I can't make the change. I can't do it on RSI, the RSI column. Well, this is, I mean, I'm clicking configure, and this is just telling me what's in here. But this doesn't help me. This doesn't tell me, this doesn't allow me to, okay, I want the race to be run on RSI, how many minutes, the whole thing. Unless I can click the configure here. No, it's the same. But this should, not, yeah, it's just not staying there. But I want to see if you have the same problem. I think hopefully it's just a development build I'm on. I'm not going to be able to help you terrible because I can't make the adjustments. Unless they've changed the way in which you make the adjustments. Yeah, I get rid of the maybe I get rid of the browser interface. Maybe that's it. No, this is just not. No, no. Oh, you see what's happening. Okay. I can share it. Well, okay, terrible. I mean, it's up to you when you say what to sort. I mean, you were looking for RSI increasing, okay? This could have worked. I just can't. There's a bug in my build that I cannot make the change so that it sorts on RSI. That's all. All my races are sorting on the change from when the race starts. In other words, from the open of the race, that's what they're all sorting on. But it's up to you. When you say I mean, that is completely up to you. But unfortunately, I cannot. So what am I on? Account, help, about. I'm on 5.6.38. Yeah, that's because you're probably on the you're not in the same dev build as me. I guess that does that make sense? So you can sort it on the delta, terrible trader, because if I show you, I don't even know if I'd be able to show you this one. My race, probably not. Let me just duplicate the race. Well, at least I can show you. Okay, so what you want to do based on, it's up to you, but what I was trying to do, the change from the RSI, okay? And then delta value, sort on delta. Delta just means change, okay? So you want to see the one, that's why, excuse me, I want to see the ones that have the biggest change. No, I cannot change mine. What if I start a new race setup or something? Yeah, but this is, all right, let me try something here. I mean, this is not the way that you should be able to do it, but let me just try this. So I'll open the top list on this one. This started in a different way. So what I'll do is now I'm going to add the RSI here. So what do we got here? Current volume. Price 50,000. Let's make a minimum volume of. Bear with me, terrible. Just sort on delta, terrible. Just sort on delta. That's typically whatever anybody wants to do. Sort on delta because you want to see the ones that are changing the most. You want to see them at the top of the race. So, okay, just sort on delta. Never mind anything else. I've never used anything other than sorting on delta. Okay, so we wanted that. I'm going to try it one more. I'm going to try it from here, see if it. Okay, what columns do we have? Okay, there's my RSI column. Well, now let's see if I can launch the race. No. No, it will not let me do it. So it's got to be a bug in my, got to be a bug in mine. Maybe you could give it to him. You can do it. Just, you saw my, think I can give you this. You can't give it to him. Yeah, because you're not in a. So terrible. Sorry about that. I just can't help you. I just pass on the fact that there appears to be a bug for me anyway on that build. Yeah, I appreciate your patience on that, but I've passed on the fact that there appears to be a bug for this build. Okay, meanwhile, OCUL still hanging in there. See if let's see if I can load that and give it to Terrible. Will it stay? Just give me a moment here. Will it stay? Yeah, look at yours. Yeah, interesting. Based on the 15-minute RSI, the change, yeah. 4-minute race. Interesting. You were able to give that to me, and now I'm able to. Interesting. Okay, here it is. Terrible. You can try this. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. Obviously, I really appreciate that. But if mine is corrupt, that's fine. But I can't start anything from scratch with this build. I know what you're saying. I could get rid of these and just say, okay, just start them from scratch. But I can't start any race from scratch, and which would allow me to edit. Anyway, I've passed this on, so No, it started on Friday. I noticed it started on Friday. I don't often do any edits, so it may have been earlier, but I noticed on Friday, I just forgot to tell the development, maybe take a video showing what it was doing. But I don't edit that often. Like, in fact, never. It's just that when somebody asked me to do something, I noticed I couldn't do it. Okay, guys, this X pawn is still hanging around 4. Wow, what a run this Cody has been on. Well, since last October, Cody, COTY, 640, not quite a double. And now it's at a high of the day, COTY, beauty salons. All right, guys, what time is it? 1:57. So just waiting on the OCUL to see if it has any more movement in it. What did that VLON do? Yeah, so it gave up $1. Okay, rain showed up here. Now, rain was really active. Showed up, when I say showed up, on the 10-day daily breakout, about half an hour ago, though, completely missed it. Very active on Friday. Boy, this OCUL just keeps penny by penny inching upwards. All right, guys, maybe the first crack now for FSLY. It looks like there's decent support around 1247. So that's, got a little bit of room there, a little bit. Okay, guys, FSLY, a little bit of a move down here. Give me a moment, guys. I am just doing some fiddling on my other monitor here. Well, I will see you well, guys. If you're still in this one at 6. AI, let's take a look at AI. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. FSLY is really starting to give it up. Now, what I said was there might be some support right about where, right around that 1240 mark, 1246. That could be their support area. Okay, so if you took that short, just be aware of that. And what did it get to? It got literally to 1251. So that might be it, guys. Now listen, if it obviously pops down through it, there's the VWAP. Maybe it's going to, attempt to get to the VWAP. Hey guys, again, if you took that short, just be aware it's coming in right into the potential support area for FSLY. Potential support area. Okay, I know there's a bit of a nag here, guys, but again, if you took that short, I've taken some off right here, just in case it cannot, covered some, just in case it cannot get through that 1245 level. But if it does, there's your VWAP down here at 1228. That could be the magnet to a certain extent. You can just sort of see how that little support area is holding it for a bit anyway, FSLY. I mean, just check it out on that 15-minute chart. Look at the one, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So an hour and 15 minutes right around the level it's at. Now, somehow it gets through that, then again, there is the VWAP itself, which is actually, I know this is using pre-market data, so that's why it's a little higher than what the single stock window is showing, which is 1228. But even if you use this, I mean, it's close enough, 1232, 1228. Boy, this is really giving it up now, guys. Well, I'm having fun with, what's wrong with me? I'm having fun with FSLY. Guys, I'm really starting to change the way I look at things, and this anchored VWAP and the VWAP. I mean, I'm really starting to change. I may not catch rocket ships, but I'll take things that go from 12, whatever I was in at 1274 down to 1240 any day. And I don't know where this is going. This looks like the support area. Okay, I mean there is the VWAP right there, 1232, 1228. That's say so. Call it the 1230 level area. Okay, just give me a moment, please, guys. Guys, OCUL. Again, I know I keep talking about this. I don't have that much left, but I still have enough that it's fun. And the next high again is 633. Let's see if I can get through 6 though. And let's see if FSLY can get just a little bit lower here. I mean, it looks like it's that VWAP and looks like it's trying to hold it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think this VWAP is going to hold it. Boy, OCUL just keeps making a new high after new high after new high. All right, Tigo, but again, I think it's pretty spready still. TIGO. There it is at the VWAP. Okay. Actually, it's not that bad. 2031, 2035, 53,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. But this, this is very, very whippy. But there it is, just underneath the VWAP at 2040. Okay, guys, that's it for me in the FSLY. It looks like that 1240 area is going to hold. So that's it for me. Meanwhile, you know what I'm going to say. OCUL just made another new high. I mean, hey, it might take out 633. I mean, I was not worried, but I had my doubts it was going to take out 541. There's Shady and his genius. Sorry guys, AXSM. It's been a little bit choppy, but it looks like it is trying. Yeah, so it got all the way down here. There's the VWAP. It broke down through the VWAP, but now it's above the VWAP, trying to move. And it is negative. At one point, it did go positive. This is the one that in the pre-market, Teva said they're coming up with a generic version of their drug, their Axum, the drug they got. And that just caused this stock to just, I mean, got all the way down to $52. We have a halt. MVLA just got halted on the way up or down? Ooh, on the way down. So this is okay. This is not an IPO. I guess this is a SPAC that turned into MVLA. Or maybe it was an uplisting. No, okay. So this was a SPAC, Pathfinder Acquisition Core. So this was a SPAC. So far, not great. Okay, guys, if you're in this OCUL, you're a little bit careful. I mean, 6 may be it. Boy, this was a really ugly one, this DDL, guys, really ugly. Looked really awesome in the pre-market, earnings play, popped all the way up to 616, right back down to 5, and it'll probably go negative. I had shorts available too. Lots of shorts, 3.3 million available, Interactive Broker. So this is a eminently shortable stock. Okay, guys, I have no more of the OCUL left, but it has to be watched tomorrow in case it has a second day run. I think it would be great if it could close near 6 and use that as the base for tomorrow. Let's take a look at FENC from the captain. FENC. What is it doing? Ugly. Boy, that's ugly. That's an ugly, only 28,000 shares. Now, let's see if this can, wow. Okay, laser sharp. Somebody in our YouTube room. I am new to trading. How can I copy your exact layout? Can you explain your setup? Thank you. Okay, so first of all, what I'm sharing are these two scans, okay, that you see, these two race scans. Charts are, that'll be up to you. You may not want a weekly and a daily. So I don't share this layout as such, but what I do is I do share individual scans. So what you see, you know, hmm. Something happened there, guys. Okay, am I still live here in YouTube? Something happened. It didn't allow me to post. I'm going to have to do this again. So just give me a moment. Okay, now it doesn't say me, but that's okay. Okay, so let me go back. Okay, so there's my homepage link. Okay, laser. So there's my homepage link. And when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. It'll be at the top here. So just scroll down until you see my scans. Click here. So here are the two scans really that I'm sharing, the two race scans. Okay. Now, what I would do is this. If you're new to trading, you're gonna have to spend some time. If you click on my homepage link again, well, click on the link and you'll see something called Trading 101. I would really recommend you take a look at that. Okay. This is a free resource. It covers many, many aspects of trading. If you're new to trading, you just can't take a scan and think, well, okay, now I know how to trade. I have a scan, but doesn't mean that every time I see an alert, I see a symbol in it, I want to trade it. And that is unteachable. Okay, really. You have to, I mean, I shouldn't say unteachable, but you have to have some basis for trading. And so I would really take a look at this Trading 101. There are a lot of videos, okay? You don't have to look at them all, but it starts off very, very basically, what is a stock? And it continues from there. That's what I would do, okay? Because I can explain my setup, but if you're new to trading, it won't mean anything to you. This is a race showing me stocks that are moving the most with my filter requirements. And these are the stocks that are moving the most. The race began. I have a 4-minute race. I'm 1 minute into it. You can see just like any other race, things move up and down, just like a race. Imagine, the 100-meter dash or something like that. This is Usain Bolt, who's leading right from the beginning. But you know what I mean. It's like imagine a long distance race. He's going to be jockeying for position all during the race. Well, the same thing here. So right now, this ape is at the top, but some other stock could come out of nowhere and be at the top. That doesn't mean that you just take the trade. But this is identifying stocks that are moving. There's tops. But I would absolutely take a look at that course first, okay? Okay, in this particular race, my parameters, every race starts off, and again, if you go to the guide, I should show you this because I don't expect you to remember everything I'm talking about, but again, if you click on my homepage link, and then you scroll to the education section, click here, education. And then where you see user guide, click on the user guide. And this is all about stock racing right here, okay? There are some videos. I think there are 4 videos. And then your race startup, your configuration, etc. Okay? So my race is based on this. And that's why I'm saying you don't have to base your race, you can have your own parameters, of course. But the 2 races that I'm sharing, every race starts from a top list window. So here are my parameters. And I'm going through, if the stock is between $1 and $50, minimum volume of 200,000 shares today, and it's up 2% from the close, then any stock meeting these parameters, and that is moving the most since the race started, you'll see it right at the top. So MSGM, as an example, didn't move much, but 1 point, and now you just see how it's jockeying for position. 2.27% now for tops. Not much of it's only 4 cents. Okay. But sometimes you're going to see some big moves here. This is a more volatile race. This is less volatile because I've added 2 filters in here. One is a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. So you're not going to see the dramatic runs in here, but still good to, FSLY showed up here. Obviously a tremendous trade alert from this one today. And what's the nice thing is that you'll notice that there's a top 10 list that's automatically created for you. And it's created, the number 1 position is tops in this race because it won 10 races today. VLON won 6, etc. And over in this race, FSLY won 15 races. So you should, really concentrate on the ones that win a lot of races because they can set up various times during the day. You may have missed a run in it, but when you click on the alert and you think, okay, like DHT, I have no idea what I'm going to see. Well, here's DHT. And, this still looks like it's got some room if it wants to run. LI early on. Yeah, so this one, imagine if this were sitting, again, if you got to have some knowledge of trading, but there's the VWAP. That purple line there is the VWAP. What if it had pulled back and was just kind of sitting on top of that? The VWAP can be a support area, and then it popped off it. So you could have clicked on that, and that's what you could have seen. Right now, it would have been awesome to see this because if you're into shorting, this could have been a nice short. Came up to the VWAP, got rejected, and started to move down. But you can create your own race, is what I'm really saying. These are the 2 I'm sharing, but your race, if you might not like the same price range. For instance, the 1 in 50 here. You might want a different price range. You might want a different minimum volume. Maybe you don't care if it's up from yesterday's close, but you can take a look at these. The other thing you can do is you can have a race just based on symbols that you like to follow. You might have a basket of 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow all the time. You can create a race based on that, just on those stocks, as an example. And I run 4-minute races. Again, that's customizable. You want to run a 10-minute race or a 5-minute race or a 2-minute race. I just happen to like 4-minute races. No, I can't explain it really. It's just when the race concept started a few months ago, I picked 4. and I've stuck with it. It's not that that is the best, but it works for me. So now here's the CJJD. Since the race started 3 minutes ago, it's moved 2.32%. You don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. In fact, if you see a symbol starting to move up, especially, if you've been looking at the race all day long, especially some symbol you haven't seen before. But even if you've seen it before and it starts to move up, click on it. See what it's doing. What pattern is it coming from? And that's why we have this simulator here. You can practice trading. This is a real-time simulator. It uses our real-time data. It's called Brokerage Plus. You have to have, all you need is our standard service. And when you click on an alert, to load Brokerage Plus, you just click on New and then the Brokerage Plus window. This is the window that you'll see. You may have different column headers, but it's all customizable. It'll say not connected in that box right there beside the ask. You just click on Sim. That'll change to account. And then click on account, and now you're in simulated trading default. Why you see this here, the CVNA, this is something I was demonstrating last week as a short. At I don't even know, the entry was 1077. So where are we now? The last price is 1117. But that's how you can, if you get into a trade and you don't exit it at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade for you. You can practice swing trading. It's simple to do. You just click on the symbol. Okay, so I'm going to have to X out of this. Every now and then that happens. No. I'm hung up. Shoot, I am frozen, unfortunately. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I just have to reload trade ideas. The problem is I lose this top 10 list. I'm getting set to shut the room down pretty soon, so it's not a big deal, but that's the issue, losing the top 10 list. But nothing more I can do. I am frozen. So that happened a few weeks ago, and this is because I'm on a development build. I'm sure it doesn't happen to you guys, but as I say all the time, I'm sort of the guinea pig to this. So what I'm going to have to do, terrible trader. I rarely swing trade, but it would have to close near the high of the day. Just give me a moment as I exit. Has to close near the high. It doesn't have to be right at the penny, but just let me get rid of trade ideas and I'll reload it. Okay, we are back. Just let me get these charts loaded. But you see what I'm saying? You'll see here, I've lost my races. I've not lost the races, sorry. I've lost the top 10 list. That's because I had to do a reboot. Let me see if I'm going to get it's going to happen again. Yeah, not this time. So for me, if, listen, I'm not a big swing trader, but for me, the stock would have to close near the high of the day. Okay, I don't want to have to, like, for instance, if I were into trying to swing trade this OCUL as an example, okay? So this is something I probably wouldn't swing because I look at that high over here. But let's pretend that OCUL closes near the high of the day. Now the high of the day was 614. Let's say it closes around, between 590 and 6. The reason I want it to close near the high of the day is because tomorrow, if I'm swinging, I don't want to have to worry about not getting through today's high. I mean, it may, so I don't want to have it come all the way back down to 5 and then have to struggle to get through today's high. So that's what I like. I like to see a stock closing relatively near the high of the day. And then I'm going to look left and see how much room it's got. So I don't think, for me, when I look at the weekly chart, 634 is the next high. It may not get through that. So for me, but what if I look left on that weekly chart and the next high was 10? Then it becomes something more interesting because, if I take the trade around 6 near the end of the day and the next high is 10, okay. I'll also look to see where the 200-day moving average is. In this particular case, it's way above it, 4. But if for some reason the 200-day moving average was at 650, I wouldn't take the trade. I also would never take a trade through earnings. I never ever take a trade through earnings. I know the Amazon was sort of a special case, but that's me. Okay, that is just me. But again, I am not a big swing trader. Woof, look at, I'm not in it anymore, but boy, this FSLY kept moving down here, getting into the VWAP now, 1230. The other thing is, swing trading. I probably wouldn't swing a bio unless I saw that maybe they'd already done a financing, okay, before. So always running the risk of swinging any stock really, but I mean, especially a bio. These will, especially the cheaper ones, the low float cheap bios, because if they have a pop, you can rest assured they're looking at a way they can raise money. Not all the time, but many, many times, okay? And that can just destroy your trade. All right, guys, so it is 2:52. So typically I take my, or put myself on mute. Now I'm here. I will stick around to about 3:20. 2:52. What did I say? Did I say, yeah, anyway, 2:52. And I will always hop back on the mic if there's a question. Okay, so I'll just put myself on mute now. But again, don't be shy. Ask a question if you have one. Okay, thank you, Pepe. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap this up right now. Thank you for all the help again today. I'll shut the room down now. I'll open it tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.